Hello, friends and neighbors. Matt Murphy here. It is the Matt Murphy radio portion of the broadcast day, starting right now on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Everything sound good in there, Jackson? Everything sound good? As long as it sounds good to you, I don't know what's going on with me, but we'll figure it out. It is Tuesday, November 11, 2025. Happy to have you with us on this Tuesday. We've got 4 full hours of what I hope to be talk radio excellence on this day, and there's plenty of ways to listen or watch the radio show or, as the case may be, the television show. You can tune in on TuneIn. You can Spotify on Spotify. You can love us on iHeart. You can also download our own app on an app station of your choosing. Just type in Super Talk 99.7 WTN and take us wherever you want to go on your smartphone technology, laptop, and that sort of thing. You can also find us, obviously, on the radio dial, 99.7 FM. That's the way to get that done in your car radio or in your office, whatnot. Wherever you might be, you can also find us on Talk TV, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and Rumble. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and Rumble. Just type in Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You'll see my ugly mug, and you know you're home. And you can listen and watch and comment, especially if you're over on the YouTube. You can comment on the YouTube chat. I'm very grumpy today, and a grumpy Matt Murphy makes for a pretty good radio show. So hopefully we'll have a good day today. I encourage your interaction on the show today, 615-737-9986, 615-737-9986, particularly when it comes to the fact that it is Veterans Day. More on that in just a moment after I introduce you to the players of the show. Folks that you'll hear from time to time on this broadcast include Jackson Williams. Young Jackson is the executive producer of the Matt Murphy Radio Show, and he is in charge of making sure that everything that comes out of our speakers sounds as good as humanly possible. Hello, Jackson.
Hey, what's up, bud?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. No, wait, you didn't ask. You just asked me what was up.
You told me your name was Kurt.
I said I'm not feeling. I'm in a mood today. So I warn you, I might be Kurt.
Kurt Murphy, the Kurt Murphy Show.
All right,
from 3 to 7.
Moving right along, delivering the newscast and making sure that we're in line in terms of our breaking news. He delivers those newscasts twice an hour and when it breaks. His name is Ken Weaver, and we place him on a daily basis in News Closet B. Hello, Ken Weaver.
How about you boys?
Ken, can I talk to you for a second?
Yes, sir.
Me and you just talking.
Sure.
I'm not invited?
You can sit right there quietly for just a moment, young man.
I don't want to.
Being grumpy around Jackson is like being grumpy around a puppy. You know what I'm saying? Like you're in a bad mood and you just, things have happened and you got a lot of things going on. You got a lot of pressure. You got this thing to do and that thing to do and you got this other thing to do. And I changed my name to Kurt, apparently, according to the puppy. And then there's the puppy, and he's just like, hey, you want to play? Hey, what's going on? Hey, look what I found. Look, I found a ball. And it's like, it's impossible to be grumpy around you. No, don't flip me off. What? Don't.
I'm not a puppy. I'm a grown man.
I'm telling you, being grumpy around you is like being grumpy. It's impossible to keep my grumpy. And occasionally, I want to hold on to it. I want to be grumpy about crap. Don't make me laugh.
Sometimes it makes you even more angry when somebody makes you laugh while you're angry.
Oh, 100%, Ken.
I mean, it just sets you over.
There is a psychological effect, and I don't know if there's a name for it. If there is, I'm not aware of it. So, to my knowledge, I'm coming up with this on my own. But have you ever given someone you're grumpy? Like this will happen in marriages a lot, or in radio partnerships, where you come into a situation and one person's like, "Hey man, what's going on?" And I'm like, blah, 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 blah. And you can give someone your bad mood,
and they actually it just rubs off on them.
It rubs off on them, and then suddenly they're in a bad mood. And I'm telling y'all, if you notice it. You feel better. You start feeling like you're pretty. Oh, that's pretty good. I'm feeling pretty good now. They're grumpy, but I'm feeling pretty good.
I'm not the only one.
So I'm telling y'all, I'm in a bad mood, but I think it's going to make for a good radio show today.
It usually does.
You know what? One of the reasons. Can I tell you one of the reasons I'm in a bad mood?
Why is it, Brother Murphy?
I got to take my car back to the shop.
Boy, that will do it.
Same thing. Same issue.
See,
but
what'd you just talk about? It's spreading to me now.
See there? Ken's upset. Ken, have you fixed that AC yet, by the way?
No.
But you don't have to.
I don't have to right now.
Just crack the windows.
I just crack the windows.
You'll be fine. Hey, one of the three, who wants to guess who's in shorts today? One of the three of this trifecta in the afternoon drive slot is wearing shorts.
Yes, sir.
It's like 40 degrees when I got outside this morning.
That's nothing. That's swimming weather.
Says the guy that moaned in September when it got down to 70 degrees. How about that?
That's why I'm wearing shorts.
You're just going to, I'm telling you, you're not going to define me. I'm going to feel warm whether you like it or not.
I'm not giving in.
Don't tell me how I feels about any of this crap. Several people on the super text line, by the way, want you to, they're calling on you, Truffle Butter. Their words, not mine, buddy. Their words, not mine. It's one of your 28 nicknames. I don't know what to tell you. They're calling on Truffle Butter to help old boy out in here. You got anything for me? What? What? Oh, see, we're slowly transferring. See what we're doing here, Ken? This is what I was talking about. I don't think he was happy with that. I don't think he likes the name Truffle Butter. I don't think he wants to be called Truffle Butter. And when that happens, see, a little of my bad mood slides into that room. And somehow I feel a little bit better. I don't know how that happens, but
I hope I can lock News Closet B.
yeah, you want to keep out of it. You don't want to get this spray on you. Speaking of spray, hey, thanks to Han for cleaning up the studio.
All right.
Yeah. Apparently the way that went down, I had that all wrong yesterday afternoon when I came in and I saw that. I really wasn't sure what it was, but it was some sort of viscous liquid that had dried all over everything.
Yeah.
And according to Nashville's Morning News and Chris Hand, apparently Mandis was sick. By the way, thanks for leaving your nasty Slippery Elm in the studio too, Mandis. I saw that. I put that in the break room. I was just hanging there with like tea bags. Mandis teabagged me today. What?
Okay.
What? What did I say? Did I say something wrong? What? I don't understand what I said. But apparently Dan was feeling bad yesterday, and Chris was worried about it, so Han sprayed the entire studio area down, and then they heard me complaining about it yesterday afternoon, and so we accomplished something because they cleaned it up, which is nice. Looks good in here.
That's way to go, Nashville's Morning News.
Way to go, Morning News. Way to go, Hand. I don't know if you did anything for me today, Benson, but way to go if you did. Thank you for it. So we've got lots to get into. I'm going to ask a pretty simple question, and I expect, at least I hope, that it will stimulate thought and ultimately stimulate conversation. Would someone explain to me what the expected role and responsibility that the government has regarding your health care? I want to know what people believe the government's responsibility is in terms of your health care. Now, I'm not asking to subdivide the conversation into health care versus health insurance. I'm asking you a very simple question. What do you believe the taxpayer-funded government responsibility, federally, state, or locally, is regarding your health care? Because I think we've lost the narrative on this. I think we've absolutely lost the conversation on this. When we're discussing government subsidy as if it was a human right in America, and that government subsidy, that was always a difficult word for me to say. It's a D, it's not a T, and I always try to put a T in it, and I apologize. Subsidy. That government subsidy was only put in place because of COVID-19. And it was done so on top of onerous regulations, rules, and subsidy regarding Obamacare to begin with. I want to know what you believe the government's role in any of this is supposed to be. What has happened? With regard to this conversation, we get caught up in the forest so much. We are so immersed in the briar and the bramble and the entanglements that the forest has brought with it, that I don't believe we collectively as a nation have any ability to back ourselves out of this situation and look at it from afar and recognize how deeply we've gotten into this. We are hip deep in quicksand. And sadly, Obamacare was designed to get us further in that quicksand. And it's accomplished its goal. I hear talking head after talking head, and I don't begrudge them this because I understand what they're saying. I understand where they're coming from. I hear these talking heads on hashtag never CNN, don't watch CNN, it's a garbage network with garbage people spewing, wait for it, garbage. I'll watch so you don't have to. All the alphabet soups, ABC, NBC, CBS, all of the rest. And, of course, even Fox News, even Newsmax, or News Nation or whatever it's called. I guess those are two different things. They talk regularly about health care coverage and government doing this and government doing that. And they talk about, they lament the fact that it hasn't worked. And even if they are recognizing correctly so the failures of the model that was Obamacare, they say that Obamacare failed, to which I say, no, Obamacare did not fail if you understand its actual purpose. Now, what they told you on television, what you were told in these forums, what we were told from a political perspective, was always about how this would be the one that created a dynamic by which it would succeed. Obamacare was never designed to succeed. It was designed to push us further into the quicksand so that we cannot get out. And that is where we find ourselves. It was designed to create a dynamic by which the only entity that could get us out of this stupid quagmire is the government. And that was the intent all along. To convince you that this question that the liberal Democrats seem to continue to stymie Republicans on over and over and over and over again, every time I hear it, it maddens me. Maybe it's why I'm in such a grumpy mood. Well, what's your plan to replace it? 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 Well, the government has to have a plan to replace it. Well, what are they going to do to replace it? Well, if you repeal Obamacare, what are you going to replace it with? You know what my answer is? Nothing! Nothing! Nothing. It is not my responsibility to take care of your health. It is not your responsibility to take care of mine. When did it become Joe Johnson down the street's responsibility to take care of your daughter's health care or your son's health care? The only way to salvage this is to return to free markets. Otherwise, you're going to see rationing of healthcare, like you see rationing of every other good or service in every socialized system of government that has ever existed on planet Earth. When you turn away from the idea that life matters and that your life has meaning and that your life has value, then you turn your back on the basic concepts of the free market system and the basic rules of the free market economy. And in doing so, by infusing government within the system, you spoil the system. That doesn't mean, and let me be clear on this, because I'm not insane. I'm not crazy. That doesn't mean that government does not have a role in terms of regulation, in terms of there being a level and fair playing field, in terms of making sure that contracts are honored by both parties, and that the system in place is fair to all without regard to conditions or circumstances beyond your control, or conditions or circumstances that both parties were aware of at the time that you entered the arrangement. Obviously, government has a role here. I just want to reset this conversation, and I understand that there is a confusion, generally speaking, maybe not in this audience, but generally speaking, about what healthcare is and what insurance is, and how those two things are separate, but they've been blended and they've been made. They're entangled within themselves. You've got healthcare and the basic operation of healthcare entangled with the insurance companies and the insurance system, entangled with the pharmaceutical companies and the pharmaceutical system, and we've allowed these other systems whose sole design is to generate profit to impact and affect how we deliver a health care. And then the government gets in on top of it, and the government says, don't worry. Yes. It's like the government comes in and they walk into a mess. They walk into an absolute mess. It's like the government is the adults, and they walk in, and the kids are in the kitchen with the dogs, and there's flour everywhere, and there's eggs on the floor. You know, you see those videos, those YouTube videos where the kids and the dogs, and they got flour, and they got crap everywhere, and everything's just flowing all over the place. And the government's like the adults. And they're like, they come to clean everything up. But instead of cleaning everything up, they just start throwing flour around too and make it 100 times worse. 100 times worse. So I want to talk about this today. I want to know what you expect the government's role in your health care to be. And I don't pretend that we'll come to any concrete solutions, but I'm very interested in your thoughts about it. I'm also interested in your thoughts about Veterans Day. Obviously, we're going to discuss Veterans Day throughout the course of the day today. We set today aside particularly to remember all of those who have served the United States of America in our armed forces. Obviously, Memorial Day, we set aside to remember those that gave the ultimate sacrifice in service to our country. Veterans Day is a more happy occasion, in my opinion, obviously, because, I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be, particularly if you've lost a loved one recently or you lost a loved one in the past. In service to their country, I'm sure that it's going to impact you differently. But for me, Veterans Day is more of a celebration, whereas Memorial Day is a commemoration and an honoring of those who gave the ultimate sacrifice. One way or the other, President Donald J. Trump was at Arlington National Cemetery today, honoring those who fought, those who died, those who sacrificed, those who gave all, those who lived, those who came home. Every person that has chosen to put on the uniform in service to this country, we say thank you. God bless you. We honor you every single day. And we honor you on Veterans Day. Back in a moment. Hey, business owners, let's talk for a moment, because if you're in business and you spend time dealing with your email, for example, or you spend time dealing with your computer servers, or you spend time dealing with cybersecurity issues, or you spend time dealing with your printers, well, that's time you're not spending well on your business. And let me tell you, you need to be spending time on your business, not on these other things, because there's a company right here in Middle Tennessee that's ready for you. It's Alpha and Omega. Michael and his team understand computing inside and out. They've been doing it since 1998. They understand how to deliver customized solutions grounded in industry best practices to help you understand exactly what's going on with your computer systems to solve any issues that might pop up 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Emergency services are available for that period of time, but rarely used because they do it the right way on the front end. They have their own data center. They'll take complete ownership in helping with all of your IT issues, from internet to printers, you name it. They service you like you're their own company because they truly do develop a partnership with you. So call Alpha and Omega if your IT contract is up or you're thinking about finding a new partner with regard to your computer systems. Choose Alpha and Omega Computer Consultation. 615-784-0096, 784-0096, or online at ANDO.net. That's ANO.net. So we're going through the first cold snap of the season, and if it's caught you off guard, if you did not take my advice and call Efficient Heating and Cooling, well, it's probably caught your heater off guard as well. Now's the time to get your winter maintenance scheduled. Let's get this done, folks. You still have plenty of time, and we've got a lot of winter to go. Really, we're still in fall right now. This is the best way to avoid costly repairs and breakdowns during the really cold snaps in the season. And with Efficient, you get the best value around. You'll never pay more than $125 to service all units in your home, whether you have 1, 2, 3, or even more. The savings stack up even more when your maintenance is done with Efficient Heating and Cooling because it keeps your heating costs down. Your unit runs more efficiently, and when it does, it's going to cost you less money. Plus, don't forget about the maintenance guarantee. Ask Jeff Eddy and his team about that. If you do find yourself in need of repair or need to address a breakdown, Efficient doesn't charge overtime rates on the weekends or at night. They just don't believe in it. Jeff Eddy wants to help you as inexpensively as possible get that heater back up and running. Call 615-784-4424, 615-784-4424, or efficienthvac.net. It's Jeff Eddy. It's Efficient Heating and Cooling. Simply put, they're the best in Middle Tennessee in helping you get back on your feet and get that heater back running with Efficient Heating and Cooling.
.30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. And the federal government could be reopened as soon as tomorrow. The House expected to vote tomorrow afternoon on the short-term spending bill that finally passed the U.S. Senate. Here's Jay O'Brien about what it might mean for food benefits.
Those tens of millions of Americans who rely on SNAP are still in limbo. Many are only getting partial payments of their benefits this month. As a court battle over SNAP plays out, the USDA now in a memo is demanding states to, quote, immediately undo any full payments that were made for the month of November. A federal judge is blocking enforcement of that memo memo this morning accusing the Trump administration of, quote, trying to play vindictive games with critical food assistance.
Right now in Tennessee, Fox 17 says Governor Lee is responding to reports that 10 foster children recently had to sleep in state offices due to a lack of suitable placements. He says Tennessee must recruit more foster families and expand crisis care options. The Department of Children's Services says these children have complex needs that make traditional placements unsafe. Lawmakers calling for more transparency and urgent reforms to prevent it from happening again. And today is Veterans Day, where we remember those who have served in the military. President Trump laying a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier at Arlington National Cemetery, and afterward, he thanked service members, said the U.S. will celebrate victory days for both world wars.
From now on, we're going to be celebrating Victory Day for World War I, for World War II, and frankly, for everything else. Under the Trump administration, we're restoring the pride and the winning spirit of the United States military.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. All right, police working a crash 40 eastbound at Church Street here on the South Loop. Also 65 southbound at Trinity Lane. TDOT reporting one there at Talbot's Corner. And in South Nashville, police reporting a crash 24 westbound at Murfreesboro Pike. I'm Ken Weaver.
Hey, friends, Matt Murphy for Tennessee Men's Clinic. Tennessee Men's Clinic understands how ED and other issues involving intimacy in a relationship can impact said relationship, your mental health, and even your sense of identity. There's good news, though, and I don't mind speaking plainly to you folks about it because there's real help available. Since 2014, Tennessee Men's Clinic has helped thousands of men get back to feeling like themselves. First in Midtown, then Cool Springs, and now brand new location in Clarksville. No matter where you are in Middle Tennessee, expert care is close by and not a cookie-cutter approach with Tennessee Men's Clinic either. They are a urology-based center staffed with licensed providers who specialize in men's sexual health. Do not, and I can't stress this enough, do not trust some online site or some pills that come through the mail. Before you talk to a qualified urologist, you need to know exactly what's going on in your system and in your body. And that's what they do at Tennessee Men's Clinic, right? And they will find out what's happening. They'll take some blood work. They'll go over it with you. And if medically advised, they will give you treatment first visit. And that visit is only $99. That's your initial appointment. And it includes that free and that first full medical consultation and blood work. So, fellas, let's get this done. 615-208-9090. 208-9090. Get back in the game with Tennessee Men's Clinic online, TennesseeMen'sClinic.com. All right, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hello. How are you guys? Hope everything's going well so far. It's a cool but sunshiny afternoon in Music City. Hope it's beautiful wherever you might be listening at. And is that the right? No, don't end it with the preposition, Murphy. Do it better than that. Wherever you might be listening, we thank you. We thank you for being a part of the Matt Murphy Show on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So, someone asked me, can you talk without yelling and spitting? That was 3528. Said, can you talk without yelling and spitting? My answer is yes, I can. I don't often, but I can.
You do it most of the time, Brother Murphy.
Very passionate. Thank you, Ken Weaver. Thank you. I'm just getting ready for the yelling and the spitting that's going to happen this Saturday. Hey, look, we got 37 minutes through the show before my vague reference to football.
Oh, that's right. Football.
You excited?
Yes.
You know, I heard something that Oklahoma has not lost to Alabama during the regular season ever. Have you heard that?
Really?
Yeah,
maybe that's right, because they whipped us in that BCS game a couple of years ago back. And Kyler Murray was our quarterback.
I read somewhere, Ken, that the Oklahoma Sooners have never lost in the regular season to the University of Alabama.
Well, if that's true, let's hope that remains the case.
Let's hope that we keep that record intact.
That's going to be a big one.
Yeah. So we'll get to your healthcare concerns and calls and questions and thoughts in a moment. But I've got a couple of things to unpack here.
All right.
How did we get here, right? How did we get to where we are today with regard to healthcare? How did this idea that government has to be involved with such intimate aspects of our healthcare to begin with? And it's because of health insurance. And health insurance involvement is because we got our business owners involved. We got our employers involved. Now, without digging down too far into the weeds on it, a lot of this happened because of World War II. There was a congestion of men coming back from World War II, and there was a desire to get the best and the brightest in the aftermath of the war to work for individual companies around the United States of America. And as a way to offer those individuals more incentives, and, there was an idea of putting wage caps on the American worker so as not to create this desire, this competitive desire to raise salaries and to see the inflationary rates go up along with it. And as a result, companies decided to get around some of those wage freezes, et cetera, with benefits. And they said, well, if I'm paying the same thing as the guy across the street, what if I offered a benefits package along with whatever salary we're offering to that individual? And that will incentivize them to come and work for us. And without getting too deep into the weeds on it, this was the beginning of the idea of, in addition to your salary offered by the company that you're working for, they're going to offer you other types of things, whether it's vacation benefits or sick day benefits, or if they offer to provide for health insurance and health coverage. Now, there are a lot of other aspects that go along with this. Businesses also, in a lot of different industries, were incentivized to make sure that their working population was healthy. And so, they had doctors, and they had nurses, and they encouraged their workforce to go to the company store and to get checked out or whatever because they needed a healthy workforce and they didn't need sickness. And some of that predates World War II. Bottom line is this: when businesses became involved in offering health care benefits and became entangled in it, government started heaping regulations on top of those businesses. And now it has become more of an expectation amongst the working community that you'll get health care benefits in a full-time job. And Obamacare doubled down on that expectation and insisted upon it and made it a requirement. I get more of the aspects of this and what I believe started us down a road to socialized medicine. And I honestly don't know how we prevent going there now, because there are far too many people that believe that healthcare is a right. There are far too many people that believe that they have a right to government assistance when it comes to paying for their health care. And the costs when the government is involved will only continue to go up because there is less competitive advantage for different companies, and there's less ability for those companies to manipulate the free market in such a way where they'll gain market share by providing superior benefits or providing superior coverage to the next guy and still reaping in those monthly premiums. When the government starts setting these price caps, when the government starts setting the rules of the road so that I cannot competitively take advantage of something that I can do that my competition cannot, well, then the free market's screwed. And we're headed to the road. We're headed down a road of socialism. And I promise you, healthcare in America is not going to get better. It's not going to get better. First up, it's Scotty's turn. Hey, Scotty, what's going on with you?
Hey, brother, Mr. Matt. No, I had my own business for 45 years, right? I used to pay my guys. I had about anywhere from 15 to 20 guys work for me. And I used to pay their health insurance. When Obamacare came around, my insurance rates went from $115 to $275 a month. And I couldn't afford to pay that. And it's like, I don't understand it. I totally agree with you. Where does the government get off thinking that they have to pay for everybody's health care? When I was growing up as a child, my dad had to pay for all my health care. You know, you go to the doctor, you pay for it. You know, and somewhere along the line, it got screwed up. I totally agree with you.
Well, and it's been a long time coming, right? And if I were king for a day, I would dissolve all relationship between employers and healthcare coverage in the United States of America, all of it. And I know that freaks people out, but I would. We should not tie our health coverage to our employer. We don't. And Scotty, thank you for the call. We don't tie. Now, health care and health insurance are two different things, obviously. So we're flipping it and we're talking about health insurance for a minute, but because we don't have a health care problem in the United States of America. Sadly, health care has become way more expensive than it needs to be because of the insurance companies, because of the pharmaceutical industry, and because of government influence. And because the customer, the inline customer, doesn't really have anything to do with price setting anymore. Well, if I go to buy a car and there's a finite number of cars that I am allowed to purchase, and those cars are negotiating their prices amongst themselves, and I can't compete, and I can't dicker, what's the incentive to lower the price to get the customer if I know that in the marketplace, ultimately, I'll get my share of customers? If the end customer is not involved in the setting of the price is going to go up. That's the state of economics. Why wouldn't it? I'm incentivized to make the biggest profit that I possibly can. A free market economy and competition within that free market economy is what keeps prices low. Well, if you destroy that direct line of competition between competing businesses and the customer, then there's no incentive for me to keep prices low, and the prices keep going up, which is exactly what's happening with health insurance and with health care. As far as health insurance goes, I don't expect that my employer will pay my automobile insurance. I don't expect, although some do, my employer to pay my life insurance. Although now that is becoming more of an expectation. why are employers involved in our health insurance at all? Is my question. And I understand that I think about these things a lot differently than most people. But every time another decision maker gets involved in the process, every time we get another decision maker in the kitchen, you and I get pushed further out. And so you've got doctors in there, and you got the pharmaceutical industry in there, and you got the insurance companies in there, and you got the hospitals in there, and you got the ambulance companies in there, and you got the employers in there. You got, did I mention the government? Well, let's throw them in there twice. The government's in there twice. And before you know it, you're in the hall, man. It reminds me, have y'all ever seen the Monty Python movie, The Meaning of Life? At the beginning of The Meaning of Life, there's a woman that's giving birth. And, I mean, she's being wheeled down into the room where she's going to give birth. She's going to bring a new life into the world. And she's there, and then the doctor comes in. And you're seeing this from the perspective of the mother. And the doctor comes in, and he's talking to her, and then the anesthesiologist, and the dad's there, right? And the doctor comes in, and the anesthesiologist comes in, and then the hospital administrator comes in, and a couple of nurses come in, and then another guy comes in, and he's bringing a piece of equipment with him, and the doctor, we need more of those pieces. We need that equipment that goes bing, bing. And so they bring that equipment in. They bring some more equipment in. And then eventually the room is so crowded, They can't move around, and the doctor looks at the father and says, "Who are you?" And he says, "I'm the father." "Well, no, get out of here. Only interested parties need to be in here." Right? They're squeezing the people out that are most involved. That's why the health insurance industry has become. Paul is next up with a thought. Hey, Paul, the floor is yours. What's your idea? What do you got?
Yeah. I don't want the government involved in my health care at all. I'm retired. I'm 72, and we don't have health care. We have sick care. We have to pay the federal government part of our insurance, and they have to go through all these boxes they check. You go in the doctor's office, and they go through these boxes they check off. I can't go to a regular doctor because they want to treat me as a sick person. They don't want to treat me to try to get me to be healthy. Like if you have high blood pressure, instead of giving me high blood pressure medicine, I go to functional medicine where I have to pay out of my pocket myself, bypass the federal government for the doctor to help me to control my blood pressure.
Well, and it shouldn't be that way. That's just, are you on Medicare?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And I have to pay into it. My Part B, I don't want to because it's not taking care of me the way I feel like I need to be taken care of.
And I don't begin to understand all of the aspects of Medicare and Part B and Part C and Part G85. And I've not gotten into it enough. I've not sunk my teeth into it enough. And I can't imagine how confusing and frustrating it is.
It's very frustrating. And you see all this advertisement on TV for these Aetnas and Humana and all that kind of stuff. You don't see anybody advertising for traditional Medicare.
Well, no, that's right. I mean, you don't. But look, Paul, thank you for the call. I love it. It's everything I want out of this show today is to talk about individual experiences and what to do to make it better. And what happened? How did we get to where we are today? Where we're arguing, understand what's happening right now. The leftist Democrats shut the government down for 40 days, okay? They shut it down for 40 days because they are demanding that a supplemental continue on an Obamacare premium that did not exist prior to COVID-19. So Obamacare passed. Not a single Republican voted for it. We were told by every Democrat that voted for it that this is going to solve the issue, that you don't have to worry about health care premiums anymore, that Obamacare is going to solve that Obamacare is going to bring millions of people that have previously not been on health care, that have no health care, and it's going to bring those people into the healthcare system, that it would overhaul the United States healthcare system to the point that it would expand healthcare coverage to millions of uninsured Americans. And we were told that it was going to be at no significant further cost to us, that it was going to introduce all of these consumer protections and it would lower costs. And if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. And if you like your hospital, you can keep your hospital. And all of it was just garbage. And what it ultimately accomplished was moving us toward the single-payer system. So these subsidies that we're arguing about did not exist under the original Obamacare plan in 2010. There were additional subsidy that was added, and there were very little checks on these subsidies, which is why the argument, rightly so, is made that this allows illegal aliens to apply for and receive Obamacare benefits, because in 2020, they weren't asking any questions. They were just dumping money on top of other money in order to try to, quote unquote, protect the American population. Well, that had an expiration to it, rightly so, because that was during an emergency pandemic. We can't even expect that these subsidies are going to expire without the Democrats howling about Republicans stealing health care from the American people. This was not health care. This was not even Obamacare to begin with. This was COVID subsidy that is expiring, and it should expire. We should allow it to expire and move on. 53 after the hour. Speaking of, Bob and Brian and Cecil, and I bet that's Allison. Is that Allison online too?
Yeah.
It's spelled Alusson. Alusson.
I got big fingers.
You got a big heart, Jackson. That's what you got.
That's way to go, Brother Jackson.
You got a big heart, and we love you for it.
Yes, sir.
You're cute. As a matter of fact, during the break, I'm going to come pet your head. It's 54 after the hour on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hi, friends. Matt Murphy for the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Speaking of feeling better, what if I told you that you could feel better in a more natural way? What if I told you you didn't have to pop pills to feel better? What if I told you that those spinal injections or those injections generally that you're taking are no longer necessary because of spinal decompression technology, because of the incredible system that is utilized by the Wellness Institute of Nashville? Dr. Mitch and Dr. Ashley, they're so good. I made the switch. 615-246-5009 is the telephone number. I want you to remember that or write it down so that you can make the call that so many others have made. For $12, the Big Daddy Trump special continues. Comprehensive examination, x-rays if needed, diagnosis, and first treatment for $12. They want to get you into the door and show you a different way to alleviate pain, to get to the root problem or the root cause of the symptom, and the symptom is obviously pain. So if you have back pain, neck pain, knee pain, hip pain, wherever it hurts, they can help at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. So go to painisbad.com, painisbad.com, or call, once again, that number, 615-246-5009. Tell them Matt Murphy sent you to the Wellness Institute.
4 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We've got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes, and the federal government could be reopened as soon as tomorrow. The House expected to vote tomorrow afternoon on the short-term spending bill that finally passed the U.S. Senate. It will fund SNAP food benefits for those 42 million Americans who rely on that funding until September 2026. Relief can't come soon enough at the airport, says ABC's Alex Stone.
Today, with the FAA ramping up flight cancellations from where they've been at 4% to now 6%. On their way to 10% of flights, almost 1,600 flights have been canceled in the U.S. today. Regional carriers SkyWest and Republic Airways are the most heavily impacted, followed by Southwest, Endeavor Air, Delta, and United Airlines.
As for those Obamacare tax subsidies, this bill has no extension of those ACA tax credits. What Democrats got in the Senate is they got a promise on a vote to extend the tax credits, but just a promise on a vote. Doesn't guarantee the legislation would pass. And Metro Nashville Public Schools reviewing school start and end times across the district. Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovac says families, students, and staff invited to share their input through an online survey open until November 23rd.
Phase 1 is already underway right now, which is surveys, small focus groups, and virtual town halls. One is scheduled for tomorrow, November 12th from noon until 1. The next is Tuesday, November 18th from 5 until 6 o'clock in the evening. MNPS says that they'll keep sharing what they're learning with updates. So far, they've already received over 10,000 surveyed responses. Some parents tell us that they were eager to weigh in on this. This is the first time in over a decade Metro Schools is reviewing start and end times.
You can go to Metro Schools' website for details and to make your voice heard. Metro Nashville Public Schools will pay $300,000 to settle a lawsuit filed by the family of the student killed in the Antioch High School shooting last January. The suit claimed the district ignored warning signs about the shooter, who had a history of violent behavior. MNPS says the settlement avoids prolonged litigation and has since added weapons detection systems and more police in schools. Romance scams have cheated people out of billions of dollars, with the FBI reporting more than $50 billion in losses between 2020 and 2024. And one of the people whose face has been used over and over again to cheat people has now spoken with ABC News. Here's Sherry Preston.
He's the face of 1,000 scams.
These people are being scammed by my, image and likeness and being asked for money, and it's so awful.
63-year-old California fitness trainer Scott Cole tells ABC News pictures of him have been used by romance scammers for the past 15 years. One woman, Jennifer Lisa, is from Germany and says someone used Scott's image but passed himself off by the name of Kevin.
I was, of course, disappointed that I have been betrayed.
Cole says he reports the bogus accounts whenever he finds them, but more just keep popping up. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
This was at Arlington National Cemetery, where President Trump laid a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier on Veterans Day today.
Halt!
After the ceremony, the president gave remarks thanking service members.
Today, to every veteran, we love our veterans. We say the words too often left unsaid. Thank you for your service. Thank you very much.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. All right, got crashes on I-24. Glencliff, 24 eastbound before Briley Parkway. 24 eastbound at Almaville Road in Rutherford County. 24 westbound just past Epps Mill Road in Rutherford County. I'm Ken Weaver.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I've calmed down just a little bit, a little less grumpy than I was when I started the show at 3 o'clock today. That's because I've screamed and yelled at Jackson a considerable amount over the last hour, which is making me feel a lot better.
You also got your new toy in there.
I did.
What is it?
It's one of these megaphones, Ken. I don't think I'm being loud enough, so now I've got a megaphone to be a little bit louder. Jackson Williams, please report to me.
Do like a school intercom system where you give the morning report.
Yeah, do the morning announcements.
And the principal's always going.
All right, everybody, this is Assistant Principal Davis with the morning announcements. I want to remind all of the ninth graders that you are not allowed in study hall until after fourth period. Also, the bathrooms on front hall are off limits until further notice. We had somewhat of an explosion in them. Okay, so later on today, we've got pep rally.
I get going.
What's for lunch?
Square pizza.
Ooh, I loved Square Pizza Day.
Also, unless you have a coupon for chocolate milk, you're not allowed chocolate milk. You're only allowed whole white milk, which looks like and tastes like paint. You're only allowed whole white milk. Chocolate milk's only for Fridays or with a coupon.
We were only allowed chocolate milk on Fridays. Y'all remember that?
Yep. Had to have a token for it.
Please don't hit the siren button.
Yeah, I know. I was making sure not to do that.
Yeah.
So I've officially stolen this now. So.
That's a pretty cool little toy.
Yeah, I like that. Oh yeah, and it was a big. The first opinion piece I ever wrote in my life, Ken, was in ninth grade in high school. I wrote it in the school newspaper.
About Square Pizza?
It was about they would serve orange slices.
Yeah.
And it was just their crappy way of serving us fruit, right? But you know what they called them?
What?
They called them smiley faces. And I hated it. It's like, because people would put them in their mouth and then they would smile and look like idiots. And so I wrote an op-ed piece saying, you know what, let's not, basically the premise of my op-ed piece in the school newspaper was stop putting lipstick on that pig. These are nasty-ass orange slices. Just call them orange slices and be done with it. Don't call them smiley faces. This is your example of good, healthy food. Give me a break.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was my first foray into the arena of politics, I think. And look where it's brought us, Jackson. Huh?
How'd that go over?
No, it didn't go over very well. They didn't like it. It got heavily edited because they said that it was too negative. I remember that. The editor of the newspaper said that my opinion piece was too negative.
Very on brand.
That started a lifelong journey toward negativity for me.
I was getting ready. That's when it started.
That's when it started.
You don't tell Matt Murphy what to do.
I think I
just don't do it.
I think I said something along the lines, Ken, and I had a squeakier voice back then. You haven't seen negative yet, I said. All right, so all of you holding on the healthcare conversation, please continue to hold. I want to pause for a moment and talk to a good friend of ours who I asked to call us at this time. It's just after 4 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Some of you might have the day off. If you work in a government installation, obviously you've had a lot of days off, but some of you might have the day off due to Veterans Day. But most of you recognize why we celebrate Veterans Day, the purpose behind it. But I wanted to speak with David Corlew, who honors and helps our veterans every single day through the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project. And it has been an honor and a privilege to get to know David and everything that he does for our veterans, not just here in our community, but far and wide. And I'm thankful that he was able to spend a little bit of his day on Veterans Day giving us a call. David, what's going on, my friend? How are you, brother?
Well, I'm doing good till I heard that megaphone. My wife hollered at me and said, "The SWAT team's back."
Honey, don't make any sudden movements. Just get on the ground. They're back.
Yeah, just put your hands up and back out.
Back toward the sound of the megaphone.
Yeah, I love the megaphone. That works.
Well, David, man, how's things going? Y'all doing all right over there?
We're doing good. We obviously it's been a hard year. We've lost some personal friends to our family, a couple of veterans, and then as you know, I had my accident this year. But the foundation, we're doing wonderful. We had the best year we've ever had this year, Matt. It was it looked to be like a tough year as it gets tougher for foundations. Money's tighter, and because we all know that there's somebody deployed every day, 24/7, protecting us, standing in the wall. But if people are not seeing it, they're not giving. So we thought it was going to be a tough year, but we had a big year at the event this year, and so we're good. We're good. We're happy. We're being able to hopefully change lives.
Well, y'all do such a wonderful job at the Patriot Awards dinner, and it was such an honor to be there this year. But I was laughing with I forget what's his name, Billy, your auctioneer.
Billy Terrell.
Billy Terrell. I was laughing with Billy Terrell in the corner of the room. I was like, you got to know your lane on some of these bidding items. And it's to the benefit of the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project. So I don't begrudge some of these big wallets with the big checkbooks. You just have to know when to get out of the way and let them finish, because they were competing and they were raising some wonderful, wonderful money for a great, great cause.
Well, I tell you, Billy, it's kind of a show. We've created it in that sense. It's not the run-of-the-mill cold chicken dinner that you have, and the auction is certainly the high point, and we have some wonderful donors that support us, that love the military, that love this country, and so it was good. We raised over $600,000 this year.
Wow, that's excellent. And for those that are and I feel like the show is just a big family, so I feel like everybody knows, but we get new family members on the regular. And for those that have not heard about the Charlie Daniels Journey Home Project, what y'all do, you vet good, earnest programs around the state, around the country, and you find those programs and you give to those programs that can serve on the ground where most needed, most directly, so as to eliminate a lot of the overhead and a lot of the waste involved in, and I'm not knocking any other charity, but there's always going to be overhead, and y'all have managed to virtually eliminate that overhead, and I'm so appreciative of it.
Well, the overhead is one thing. The other thing is that we want to make sure the money that they are utilizing is going that's impactful, that is making a change in someone's life, and that's the biggest part of vetting these organizations. And as you well know, the needs of veterans are changing. It's dominoing into the families. It's dominoing into the kids. So the things that we started out supporting, 12 years ago are evolving into different aspects of a soldier's return. You and I shared a text earlier this year. We have decided to partner with Vanderbilt. We made an investment in 2018 with Vanderbilt, and they had just started studying through their trials clinic this respiratory cancer. It was a cancer like Agent Orange. They started seeing it in the 9/11 cleanup crews, where this respiratory lung disease, and they had no idea what it was or how to treat it. And we made a donation then, knew that the money went to the right place, but only 5-6 months ago I got a call from Vanderbilt, and they have for the last 18 months to 2 years have not only had a positive response to veterans, but we've put over 100 veterans into remission or to a point to where they can live some kind of normal life as they move forward with this. It's not curing it, but we finally found a way to attack it and to stop it. So we're so excited about it, and this is a long-term deal. This is something that's going to haunt. I just was with my friend a few days ago from Vietnam, and he of course is just eat up with Agent Orange, and it just affects every part of his body, and so that's changing. We have kids that have trauma now because of their parents, whether it's marriages that are split. It's just a plethora of new issues that are coming up, and so we're trying to stay at least, in the race and try to do good things. Charlie wanted us to. I say we raised a lot of money, but Charlie always said, "It is not your money, son. Give it away." So that's what we're doing. We just made another donation to Vanderbilt to not only jumpstart this partnership, but to attack it head on.
Well, where are the gaps, David? I mean, if you can identify one or two, where are places? Because we have so many wonderful souls, so many wonderful people that I'm blessed to have listened to our radio show on a daily basis. And they listen to me grunt, moan, and complain about the government and everything imaginable. But what we try to do with subjects like this is we try to find the gaps where we can help. I mean, obviously, I encourage people to give to your organization, but how else can we help the veterans?
Well, job placement. Man, these guys come out of 4 years, 6 years, some 20 years. These guys come out with unbelievable men and women. They have incredible leadership skills. They need a place in society. They need a comfortable workplace, a place where people at least understand them. I think there's somewhere deep down there's an underlying fear of a veteran that has PTS. There's been so much emphasis put on PTS and suicide that it's become a negative thing in the sense that, I think sometimes people look at veterans, in a little bit of a quirky way, and it's just not true. These guys have incredible leadership skills. They know how to operate. They know how to move people around. They know how to implement. And so jobs are important. And you were talking about it earlier, the insurance thing. We've evolved now into financial struggles where families have gotten home trying to reintegrate and have some kind of normality in their life. The VA is a tough place. The VA is overloaded. And that's the thing we love about Vanderbilt, but it's also the dichotomy. The tough thing is the VA in Nashville is next door to Vanderbilt, so they're able to utilize the surgeons and the doctors at Vanderbilt. The building's attached. So the VA in Nashville has access to some of the greatest surgeons, especially with non-specific cancers and things like that. So our goal is how do we bring this process to the VAs around the country that don't have a Vanderbilt right next to them. The VA is a tough call. There's people that love the VA, people that hate the VA. The Charlie and Hazel Daniels Veterans Center at MTSU, they're big deal. What they do, they literally have 2 veteran service officers in-house at the Charlie and Hazel Daniels Center at MTSU, and it's open to any veteran. It's not just limited to the campus veterans. It's open to any veteran or family member, and they help these veterans get their full benefits. That's a real challenge for these guys because they come out and they don't want to admit their weakness. They don't want to admit their injuries. They don't want to show a weakness. And so there's a lot of veterans walking the streets that do not have their full disability that they deserve, and they have a right to, as you were sharing earlier about the government trying to control the medical part of our life, the insurance part of our lives. So that, jobs, just support, support in so many ways. There's so many ways to treat PTS so people can look around. And again, that's what I'm here for. That's what Journey Home Project is. If you want to give, come talk to me. You don't have to give to us. Come talk to us, and we're going to send you in the direction. Yeah. You might have a family member that is in need, but look around, man. We all are touched by veterans in some way, and we owe them. As Charlie said, we owe them an unpayable debt of gratitude.
Amen.
And anything that they need.
Is the figure that we've always heard is that we lose 22 veterans daily to suicide? Is that still roughly accurate? Or is
Matt, it is. I hear some numbers that are up in the high 30s and 40s.
Wow.
A day.
Yeah.
Because what it is, the VA or whoever keeps up with these numbers, they don't consider overdoses. They don't consider car wrecks. They don't consider intentional suicides. They don't.
Right.
Those numbers don't fall into that, and it's all a byproduct of what we call it's an operator syndrome. It's somebody that's just had multiple deployments, and that war lasted 20 years. I mean, let that settle in. I mean, we literally had guys on the front line, men and women, fighting every day, day in, day out for 20 years.
100%. And David, you've taught me in our conversations together that just because every vet is so different, every life is so different, every psychological trauma is so different that, all of this comes with different aspects of why they would consider something like this. But it's one of the reasons that I think it's so important just to engage in conversation with our vets, just to find out individually, what they're thinking about, what they're going through, how much they want to talk, if at all, what level of support we can give them from a psychological standpoint, just from a friendship standpoint. It's not always about what can I do for you. It's sometimes just, hey, let's go out and hang out, or let's go, out to the gun range, or let's go, play around a golf, or whatever it might be. Just to offer them a level of normal. Because it has been my experience that oftentimes it is that feeling of abnormality that leads them down those dark roads.
That's it. You're dead on. A lot of these guys don't want help. They're not looking for help. They just want some kind of normalcy. They want a normal conversation. They don't want to talk about war stories. They're trying so hard to become a part of something. If you can, we all imagine it happens in families. It happens in everyday life. You're a part of something that's bigger than yourself, and you feel like you're making a difference. And then you're involved, you're embedded, and one day you wake up and you're just a normal guy or girl, lady, and you just you don't feel like you're a part of anything. So engage. If the buddy check system is still very powerful, and I know in our circles and all my friends, it's a morning call. It's a cup of coffee. It's, hey, what's going on? Anything I can do for you? It's they're having to come back to a normal life and to reintegrate back into the family, and they want to live the rest of their life in some kind of peace. And
well, you guys do such a great job at helping them. We appreciate everything. Thank you for spending a few minutes to talk about our vets with us today, David, on especially today. It's important every day, but it's especially important on Veterans Day. I appreciate everything y'all do. Come see us sometime, all right?
Man, thank you. 99.7, you guys rock. You've
Yes,
always
sir.
been there, not only for us, but the homeless, and keep doing the good work. And next time I see you, have that megaphone. I got a few places I want to go and use.
I got it.
Let's get together.
I got it reserved for you, Corlew. Thank you so much. There's David Corlew joining us for a few minutes. We're way late. It's 27 after the hour, but what a great conversation. We'll get more on healthcare in a moment. Allison and Cecil and Bob, I'll get right to you on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Mark your calendars, not this weekend, but next weekend, November 21st to 22nd and 23rd. It is an incredible Genesis Diamonds Holiday Love event. It is the biggest and the final sale of 2025 at Genesis Diamonds. Enjoy incredible store-wide savings of 20, 30, and in some cases 35% off. Engagement rings, earrings, pendants, bands, bracelets, and so much more. It's the biggest, it's the final store-wide sale of the year. If you've lived here for a while, you know that this is the big Christmas event, right? They have acclaimed designers that will be here with their entire collections. Zero interest financing available on approved credit. The staff at Genesis knows that they can break all the rules during this 3-day, $30 million sale event. Get moving on that fall engagement proposal. Get moving on those Christmas gifts that you're looking for all of the loved ones in your life. Whatever the occasion, do not miss this special and incredible savings event. Once again, colored gemstone jewelry, the latest designer creations, diamond classics, the best prices of the year. It's happening November 21st, 22nd, and 23rd exclusively at Genesis Diamonds, Green Hills, and Cool Springs.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. The air traffic control system slowly stabilizing, but Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy gives a stark warning to the House over that pending shutdown vote.
Massively more disruption as we come into the weekend if the government doesn't open.
Alex Stone.
Until the shutdown is over, the plan is to keep ramping up flight cuts until the FAA reaches 10% of flights. They started with 4% of flights last week, and now today that's jumped to 6% on its way to 10%. Today, regional carriers SkyWest and Republic Airways have the most canceled flights. Then Southwest, Endeavor Air, Delta, and United Airlines follow. Almost 1,600 flights have been canceled in the U.S. today.
So the House votes tomorrow afternoon on the bill the Senate finally passed to reopen the federal government. It funds SNAP food benefits until September of 2026, but does nothing to restore Obamacare tax subsidies. The only thing Democrats got was there will be a vote on those tax subsidies, but no guarantee they'll pass. Right now in Middle Tennessee, Channel 4's Holly Thompson says a historic hotel has gone up in flames again.
It's happening at the historic Donahoe Hotel. This is at Red Boiling Springs in Macon County. Now, these photos are from Dylan Tilley. We know the flames started around 6 o'clock this morning. At least 3 different fire agencies have been working to put out those flames. So far, no injuries have been reported, but fire officials say that building is a total loss.
Yeah, the Donahoe Hotel was built in the 1830s, then rebuilt in 1916 after the original structure burned down. It's Veterans Day. President Trump laying a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier at Arlington National Cemetery, then speaking.
Everything we have, everything our country has achieved has been purchased by the muscle, spine, and steel of the United States military. We owe it all to the fierce and noble men and women of the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, Space Force, Coast Guard, and the United States Marines.
That's the latest news, traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. All right, complete stop-and-go traffic northbound north leg up to the northern split to downtown, then eastbound 24. It's complete stop-and-go once you get past 440. That might have something to do with that crash there right before Briley Parkway, 24 eastbound. Then in Laverne, TDOT reporting a crash blocking the right lane, 24 eastbound past Waldron Road. And then in Smyrna, a little bit further down the way there on 24 eastbound, you got an off-ramp partially blocked by a crash. That's 24 eastbound to Almaville Road. I'm Ken Weaver.
Hello, friends. Matt Murphy for Cover Nash. Cover Nash and Shane Ring want to talk with you. Now is the time to make sure that your insurance is what you want it to be. It's where you want it to be with our friends at Cover Nash. Folks, it's simple. Sadly, when you look over these numbers yourself, obviously, you know, a lot of times it's intentionally obtuse. You feel like the numbers don't add up. It's confusing percentages and surprise bills and fine print that bites you in the back. Shane Ring understands all of it. He does this for a living. His offices are right over in Brentwood, and he wants to help you understand exactly what you're getting out of your insurance and exactly what you can get. So if you were concerned about open enrollment, now's a great time to do this because open enrollment time is here. Let's not allow ourselves to get back on that Obamacare train. Let's not have insurance managed by the government and not by you. Let's get with Shane Ring, and he can grant you a certain level of independence and make the confusing simple for you. Again, I love this guy. I love what he does. He doesn't work for insurance companies. He works for you. It's why I encourage you to contact Shane Ring and Cover Nash. CoverNash.com, CoverNash.com, or 615-465-0023, 465-0023. Friends, I don't know if you noticed, but it got cold. It got cold pretty darn quick, too. Last several days, it's been, as they say, nipply outside. Nippy outside. Jeff Eddy and Efficient Heating and Cooling understands first cold snap of the season can kind of wake you out of that malaise. I've been trying to tell you for weeks, if not months, you need to get the maintenance done on the heater, need to make sure that everything's running as it should, need to get Jeff Eddy and his team out to your home so that they can maintenance that thing, and it'll never cost you over $125 for a residential call, no matter how many units you have. Now, oftentimes you pay less than that. And I want to make sure you understand that Jeff Eddy, if he comes out, you've got one unit and it's not, he's not going to charge you $125 just because. Sometimes you're charged less. That is a max cap charge to service all units in your home. And you get the maintenance guarantee on the side, plus the savings stack up because you're going to run more efficiently over the course of the winter than you would normally without that maintenance. You need maintenance in your life. You need Jeff Eddy and Efficient Heating and Cooling in your life. Go to efficienthvac.net. Don't forget, an Elite Pro partner with Rheem. When it's time to replace, and sadly, these heaters have life cycles, let's get it replaced. As an Elite Pro partner with Rheem, Jeff Eddy and his team can suggest the right unit for you and your family. 615-784-4424, 784-4424. Hey, Ken, you're reporting on that settlement from Antioch, right?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. $300,000?
That's what the report said.
Yes. Yeah, $300,000. So if my math is correct, according to the Metro Nashville school system and according to this settlement, a child's life is worth just less than 2 Adrian Battle bathrooms. Uh-huh. So Adrian Battle, for those that don't know, put a new private bathroom in her suite of offices. And Adrian Battle's bathroom cost about $165,000. Now, we just found out about this last week when a Metro Councilman Jordan Huffman correctly noted. Now, he represents Donaldson and Hermitage, and he said that he was unaware of the office renovation, but he was kind of pissed about it, and rightly so, calling it a vanity project, which is exactly what it was. WSMV Channel 4 investigation, our good friends and partners over there on the television side, uncovered that the remodel included building Battle a private bathroom, despite the fact that there was a woman's bathroom located just outside of her suite of offices. I mean, so, Jackson, this would be like me demanding, and this would be like me, because I can be a little bit highfalutin. You know, we have a bathroom, 50 feet away, if that?
Yeah.
50 feet away. Adrian Battle had a bathroom about 50 feet away, and she's in charge, and she demanded that the government of the city of Nashville and the Metro Nashville public school system spend $165,000 building her a bathroom right here.
That's an expensive bath. I feel like that is overly Have you built a bathroom? Ken, you ever built a potty?
No, sir.
I just don't feel like, I
feel like that has to be a nice bathroom.
Well, this woman is something special, so she's not going to sit on just anything.
I bet she got a heated toilet seat.
I wouldn't surprise me at all.
Think there's a bidet in there?
One of those talking toilet seats, too,
She might be on a hot seat, so to speak.
I wish she was.
That's an expensive bathroom. Maybe I'm just ignorant.
According to Councilman Huffman routinely checks bathroom conditions when visiting schools in his district, using the state of fixtures as an indicator as to whether or not the schools need more funding. If the fixtures are old, he said, you can probably guess that the school needs money, according to Huffman. He said he sees outdated conditions at many of the metro school bathrooms that make the superintendent's remodel questionable. So without belaboring it, because we mentioned this when it happened, Adrian Battle spent $165,000 on a bathroom remodel, but a child's life was worth $300,000, according to the Metro Nashville school system. Okay. I think I got it. Because a family of 16-year-old Jocelyn Escalante, who was killed in January in the shooting at Antioch High School, that family was awarded in a settlement $300,000. They had sued Metro Nashville school system and the Metro Nashville government, saying that the school should have known, and, oh, by the way, the school had warning signs. The Metro Nashville Police Department determined there was no connection between the two or any of the other students injured in the shooting. The lawsuit filed in June argued the school district should have known that the shooter in the case, and I choose not to name the shooters when we talk about these cases, they had shown violent activity based on past actions and should have taken steps to protect the students. In other words, they should never have been allowed back in that school system, but they were. The family also argued the school was negligent by allowing Henderson to enter the school with a firearm without it being detected. So $300,000 for a child's life and $165,000 for a bathroom. Seems about right. Cecil is next up. Hey, Cecil. Thank you for calling. How are you?
How you doing, my man? Just to show you just how much of a loyal listener I am, I've called you in Antioch. Now I'm in Bowling Green.
God bless you. Man, Cecil, you waited way too long. I'm giving you the floor. I'm giving you the microphone. I'm letting you speak, man.
Okay, my man. First of all, I agree 100% about the free market, and people comparing for rates. To give you a perfect example, I was with You're in Good Hands. They were charging us $6,000 a year for 2 automobiles. I changed the triple and save $1,500, and they didn't want to give me the same offer. Why didn't you give it to me before? Okay, when companies compete, consumers, they win. I agree 100%. Now, one other thing I'm a little confused about. Now, I appreciate the history lesson you gave us about, after the war and companies offering incentives for people to come back, and get the best of the brightest, to work for them. But it seemed as if you had a problem with employers offering benefits to employees. Now, what's the difference between a employer offering benefits to an employee than when people pay into the 401k? I mean, the company use your money, invest in the market to help better itself, so why shouldn't we get an incentive from the company, for health insurance? Due to my occupation, I've been driving trucks for 32 years, and due to my occupation, I have blood clots. It comes with my job. My medicine costs me over $1,100 a month. If I didn't have company insurance to help pay for that, there's no way I could afford that. I mean, so you kind of lost me on that one.
Well, my concern was with the wage freeze, and if I seemed concerned about the employers offering benefits as a result, the concern was that there were wage freezes. The U.S. implemented a wage freeze as a measure to control inflation after World War II, right? And as a result of the wage freeze, the businesses tried to figure out how to attract the best and the brightest. So my frustration is not at the employers, because they're just doing what they can do to find ways to find the best employees. My frustration was with the wage freezes themselves, because that's what led to tying. What I don't like is tying health insurance with employment, because one, what it does, Cecil, and you probably understand this, when you leave a job and go to another job, your health insurance resets. So let's say in the free market, if you had a condition pop up during the time that you were employed at your previous employer, when you go to the new employer with the new health insurance, it's possible that you won't be covered under the new insurance over something that happened in the last several years. Does that make sense? So if you carried your insurance with you all your life without regardless of employment, then that wouldn't be a concern for people moving job to job. So
you giving me something to think about. Number one, you just mentioned something about covering Nashville. Is that like some type of insurance that you can get besides having your employer insurance?
Well,
it's like something in the free market or what?
Yeah, Shane is he doesn't work for insurance companies. Shane has access to about 75 different insurance programs and policies.
Medical?
And yeah. And so what he can do is he can sit down with you, look at what you've got going on, and then access, and he'll do it right in front of you so you can watch in real time as he does it. And he can access different policies and make sure that you're getting the proper coverage. I love Shane and what he does. He kind of turns it out. He doesn't work for those companies. He works for you.
I'm going to check that out.
Please
because
do.
I've never even thought about doing something like that. I've always went with company insurance. Never dawned on me to go get something private outside of that. I've just kind of been programmed to go with the company for what I do. But I'm going to check it out to see what kind of rate I can get. I appreciate you for sharing that with me.
And what I would encourage you to do, and what I don't think we do enough, if you decide on the front end to go outside of your and sadly, a lot of companies aren't conditioned to do this. They don't know how to do it. But everything's negotiable, right? And if you walk in and say, hey, I'm going to be the best employee you've ever seen in your life, and oh, by the way, I've got my own health insurance covered, so why don't we tack on another $5,000 on my salary, because you're not going to have to worry about paying for some of that because I'm taking care of that on my own. You know what I'm saying? So it gives you an ability to renegotiate on salary fronts where you didn't have that ability because they're spending so much money on health insurance benefits through the company.
Is that on your website, the information?
Yeah, just go to covernash.com, or you hit me up on any social media site, and I'll connect with you directly, Cecil.
Covernash.com. Okay, hopefully my wife is listening. She's got all the computer skills. Okay.
I got you. But
all right.
If you have any trouble, just let me know, and I'll get you in contact with Shane.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate you.
Cecil, hey, Cecil, somebody asked a question before you go. You ready? They wanted to know, hey, what's traffic like? Sally says, what's traffic like in Bowling Green? I'm headed that way.
Oh, it's perfect. It's a pleasant 59 degrees. All looking good, but you're going to run into an accident about a 17, 18-minute back up in Goodlettsville. I don't know if it's over with. I had to take the side road, ran 41 up to, and then I jumped back on above Goodlettsville to get by it.
There you go, Sally. There's a traffic report from Cecil. Cecil, thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
I love talking to anybody named Cecil. My grandpa was named Cecil, and it gives me warm, fuzzy feelings anytime I get to talk to somebody named Cecil. Allison, I don't have any Allisons in my family, but I love that Allison held on for as long as she did to talk about healthcare today. Hey, Allison, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you.
I have so much to say. You're probably going to cut me off. But first of all, on the veterans thing, the DAV also helps people with benefits. So you can always reach out to them, too. My coworker's husband actually is over them. But I work for a primary care office, and everybody's wondering what's going on with everything. So I didn't realize that how Obamacare worked was that all the commercial insurance plans, they have to pay those claims, and then they're supposed to get reimbursed from the government. Well, I'm pretty sure they were told to just eat it, because as of end of year last year, Blue Cross Blue Shield was owed over $90 billion. I'm not sure. I don't know what it is now. But so in order for them to not pay out claims and not be responsible for anything, I'm pretty sure they've hired people that just don't have a fucking clue. They don't have a clue. They don't know anything about the company they're working for. They created all these new platforms for prior authorization, and then none of them work, and they send you in circles. And for Cecil, if you have blood thinners that you need covered, any kind of medication that you need, just go to www.thenameofthemedication.com, and you can sign up for a patient assistance program. Even if you have Medicare, they are getting rid of some of those this year or this upcoming year. Fun fact, if you have TennCare and you're fat and you want Wegovy, you can have it because we will pay for it for you.
Wait.
Insurance sucks.
Insurance, it sucks?
It sucks.
Okay.
Yes. people who have TennCare can get Wegovy, which was basically, it's a GLP-1 that people are taking for weight loss. But prior to that, you know it as Ozempic. So we have diabetic patients who can't even get their meds. So they say that these meds are good for kidney health, heart health. So they at first, before they were out all this money, put it off, you know, like you can take it for this, you can take it for that. But now you got to pretty much die before they'll cover it. You have to have 2 cardiac events, stage 3 kidney disease for your insurance to cover your freaking diabetic medications. But if you have TennCare and you want Wegovy, which is basically it's the same thing renamed, you can get it for free. How the fuck? Oh, sorry. I forget I'm on the radio. How does that make any sense?
Allison, it doesn't make any sense, but I don't have an ability to dump you anymore, so I have to say goodbye because we've run out of dump button. And I love you, and I appreciate your telephone call. I was going to continue the conversation, but one F-bomb I can forget and forgive. 2,
Come on.
I gotta jump. I gotta leave.
Also, did you know the dump button over here? Very, very pointy. I hurt my finger.
Did you? You jump on it? You were on top of the first one. I appreciate that.
The second one, I know I hit the button. I don't know if we had any dump.
Oh, I'm sure we did. I'm certain.
Somebody say fiddlesticks?
Twice. 2 fiddlesticks.
Well, yeah, a couple of fiddlesticks. Well, you know what, though, Allison? Look.
I mean, it's understandable.
It's understandable. But you know, there's two types of words we can't say on the radio, and that's one is an F-bomb and one is an S-bomb. Other than that, under the right context, you can say just about anything you want to nowadays. But those are 2 that are most certainly off limits to us. So Shane says, Shane said he didn't hear the second one, so we're good. Shane's my hall monitor there.
That's the way to go, Brother Jackson.
Yeah, thank you, Jackson. You know, the first was an ing, and the second was, I mean, it's such a versatile word. You can use it in a lot of different ways. You can use it as a noun, as a verb, as an adjective, as a direct object.
He used it as all of them, all the above.
And she used all of the above.
So sometimes it's like scratching an itch.
I kind of want to go to where Allison's doing medical care, though, because I feel like you would get the real skinny there.
I'll tell you straight up.
Reminds me of, y'all ever hear the Warren Zevon, the great Warren Zevon, was more than just Werewolves of London. The best song, I encourage you to go look up the fabulous Warren Zevon. The name of the song is My Bleeps Bleeped Up.
I'm going to do it.
My S is effed up. That's the name of the song.
Okay.
I went to the doctor. Well, the song is basically, the concept is, dude, you're screwed. And he wrote it after he realized he had terminal cancer.
Oh, wow.
And so it's kind of poignant because it's. Anyway, just if y'all want to get if you aren't afraid of a couple of.
There it is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I can't play it, though, right?
No, you can't. No, I wouldn't play it on the radio, Ken. We don't have a dump button right now, thanks to Allison.
We are out of dump right now.
We're out of dump right now, but you listen to that at your leisure, and you'll identify, at least I do, 52 years old, and your back hurts, and your neck hurts, and you wake up, you don't understand why it hurts. Well, it's because your bleeps bleeped up. It's 55 after the hour on Super Talk. Hello, friends. It's Matt Murphy for Nashville Safe House. My man, Mark, and the team at Nashville Safe House want you to get over there for the holidays and find out about these rebates. Browning has this incredible rebate going on, and it happened earlier this year, right? So now through December 31st, right now, November 11th, Veterans Day, through December 31st, you can get $400 off all Browning safes or vault doors. That's it. I mean, and plus, they've already got great rebates. They've already got great prices on Brownings. Nashville Safe House is the largest Browning dealer in the United States of America. They have exclusive safe models that no other dealer has. They also have an incredible selection of Fort Knox, the largest Fort Knox dealer in the Southeast, and they have a large selection of Fort Knox home and jewelry safes. Do not miss the great deals that happen this time of year with Browning, with Fort Knox, and with the rest of the brands at Nashville Safe House. What a great, it makes a good, I would say stocking stuffer, but that's a pretty big stocking if you've got a beautiful gun safe underneath the tree. It's a pretty big tree, too. But for the holidays, for the guy in your life, if he likes his guns, he needs his safe, and get a gun safe sales tax free. Plus, the incredible rebates are happening right now with Mark and his team at Nashville Safe House. NashvilleSafeHouse.com, NashvilleSafeHouse.com, or stop by. They're on 4th Avenue South, just across the street from City Cemetery. Go see Mark, Jill, and the rest of the team at Nashville Safe House.
With your top stories, got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Flight cancellations ramping up amid the government shutdown, but it comes as air traffic controllers seem to be returning to work in bigger numbers, as we hear from ABC's Alex Stone.
With a possible end of the shutdown in sight, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says air traffic controllers are returning to work, and today they've seen a big turnaround in staffing numbers.
Air traffic controllers are seeing an end to the shutdown and feel more hopeful, and they're coming into their facilities.
It comes also as President Trump has threatened penalizing those air traffic controllers who have not worked during the shutdown. Duffy says when the government finally reopens within 24 to 48 hours, the controllers will get 70% of their back pay. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Now, the House votes tomorrow afternoon on the bill the Senate finally passed to reopen the federal government. It funds those SNAP food benefits until September of 2026. But does nothing to restore Obamacare tax subsidies. The only thing Democrats got in that respect was there will be a vote on those tax subsidies, but no guarantee they're going to pass. Right now in Middle Tennessee, News 2 says Metro Nashville Public Schools has approved a $300,000 settlement for the family of Jocelyn Correa Escalante, the student killed in the Antioch High School shooting last January. The family's lawsuit claimed the district ignored warning signs about the shooter, who had a history of violent behavior. MNPS says the settlement avoids further trauma and does not admit wrongdoing. Since the tragedy, the district has added weapon detection systems and increased police presence in schools. Anonymous tips and interviews from members of the public have helped solve a murder in Alameda County, California, more than 30 years later. Here's Alex Stone again.
In June of 1993, 30-year-old Zachary Jackson was murdered in his home, shot to death by somebody, but no arrests were made, and the case went cold. Now, more than 3 decades later, Jackson's alleged killers have been arrested. Alameda County Sheriff's investigator Patrick Smith.
There is no statute of limitations on murder.
The mother of Jackson's 2 children has been arrested in New York, and her boyfriend in the 90s was arrested in Iowa. He allegedly pulled the trigger. The case was reopened 2 weeks ago when new leads came in, including anonymous tips. Alex Stone, ABC News.
And President Trump spoke today at Arlington National Cemetery in honor of Veterans Day.
Today we know without any doubt in our hearts that after 2.5 centuries, America stands tall because America's veterans stood so strong. And soon our country will be stronger than ever before.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. One reason you're coming to a complete stop on eastbound 24 past 440 is a crash right there before Briley Parkway. In Laverne, we've got a crash on 24 eastbound, blocking the right lane just past Waldron Road. And then in Pegram, a crash reported by police 40 eastbound past McCrory Lane. In Williamson County, a crash 840 eastbound between Carters Creek Pike and Columbia Pike. And then in Smyrna, a crash partially blocking the off-ramp 24 eastbound to Almaville Road. I'm Ken Weaver.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Matt Murphy. This is the Matt Murphy Radio Show. Thank you for being out there. Thank you for spending some time with us. Whatever time you're able to give us, we're certainly appreciative. Many of you getting off work, perhaps getting in your automobiles, heading home, or maybe you're still at your places of business. I don't know. Perhaps you're already home. Wherever you might be, I thank you for listening. We'll try to make that drive home a little bit more pleasant, if at all possible. Obviously, we'll keep you up to date with what's going on the roadways, keep you up to date with what's going on with the weather, keep you up to date with what's going on with the news. Actually, I don't do any of that. Ken Weaver does all of those things from back in News Closet B with some assistance from Jackson Williams.
What are we here for?
Rambling.
Couldn't Ken just kind of take it over?
Ken Weaver could easily do this job far better than me or you by himself.
No.
Ken says no, though. But see, he refuses to do so. As soon as that no turns into a yes, we get to go home, Jackson. That's all I can tell you. So
I got to go down the hall every half hour. I don't have time.
Ken, do you? When do you stop drinking coffee?
At 2:30.
2:30.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And do you have any trouble sleeping?
No.
Yeah. I shut down my caffeine intake. I try to shut it down at around 4.
Yeah.
And sometimes I have trouble sleeping, but I don't think that has anything to do with caffeine. It's my conscience that gets to me. Hey, my new iPhone's at the house.
Oh, lovely.
How about that?
All right. So is this the one that has the enhanced camera?
I most certainly hope it does, Ken.
Did you get the orange one?
I did not get the burnt orange one. I got the deep blue one. Oddly, if I had ordered the orange one, it would have been here 2 weeks ago. So I don't,
because it's Texas orange.
Well, maybe I don't know. So
and it's ugly.
It did not come in any other colors. I would have just preferred black, or I don't know, but that was the color that it came in. So very excited about seeing the brand new iPhone and
all
everything.
Right, Brother Murphy.
Haven't had one of those, and I feel like forever. I have the iPhone 12, which
I got a 12. It's still kicking. I love it.
Really?
See, that's what kind I have.
Yeah, mine was way too old.
I got the 12 Pro, and I got a new battery in it, though. I don't know if you did that.
Well, actually, the reason that I got a new one was not because I was dissatisfied with the phone itself. It's because, A, the battery life it's draining a lot more quickly than it should. And B, I'm having a difficult time plugging it in. My little tab A won't go into slot B very well.
Oh, you gotta get that cleaned out.
Is that what it is, you think?
Yeah. I got mine cleaned out last year when it was having that problem, and we fixed it.
Not going to need to clean it out anymore because I got a brand new one. And, got to get new cords now because everything's USB-C in the new one.
I'll take all your old lightning cords.
Okay. You can have them. You can have every single one of them.
How do you find out what version of iPhone you have?
Well, all right. I'll tell you, Ken. I can help you out. You got it over there?
Yes, sir.
You hit settings.
Okay.
You're on settings.
Yeah.
And you hit general. Yeah.
General.
Thank you, Jackson. Jackson, would you like to take over?
Okay, general.
And then about.
About. All right, let's see here. What do I have? I've got the iPhone 13.
Oh, look at you, Weaver. Woo! Ken Weaver, you can't hide that news money.
And I got the 26.1 version. I did an update over the weekend.
Did you now?
Yeah.
What, the 26.1? What is it? Where are you seeing that?
It's the version of iOS that just came out.
It adds new languages for live translation.
Mine says 18.7.1.
Yeah, you haven't updated your phone.
It automatically updates.
It clearly didn't.
Sometimes it doesn't, Brother Murphy.
Well,
what do you care?
Once again, what do I care about this phone? This phone's dead to me.
Listen to
boat
this.
anchor to me.
It's a new tinted option for liquid glass.
What?
What's that?
I don't know.
Ken, throw your phone at the wall and see what happens.
Yeah, Ken. Do what Jackson said. And then you'll be the one that we have to dump. Speaking of dumping people, and we're getting to Dave's call in a moment. We were talking insurance, and I've also got a video to play you of Joe Biden walking across the stage. But so 3145, you are a lot. I just went from an iPhone 6 to an iPhone 16. Are you kidding me? Man, oh man, you just made it into the 21st century. Congratulations.
I got a buddy still on the iPhone 8.
Wow. I mean, they still work.
It doesn't.
No. Yeah, well.
That's crazy.
We are so dependent on these things.
Yes, sir.
What do you think would happen if I snapped my fingers and all iPhones just disappeared? All cell phone technology, smartphone technology just disappeared.
I'd be in the asylum by midnight.
I mean, if people had a way, if I didn't have an ability to erase memories, Men in Black style, I feel like people would riot.
People would go insane.
I think people would.
If they found out it was you, they'd burn you at the stake. No doubt.
I mean, I don't think there's any question that I would be killed. If I said, hey, guys, your phones are gone. We need to interact with each other more. It's a net negative. It's time to get rid of them. You can still have your computers. You can have your desktops. You can have your laptops. But the smartphones are gone.
Could we get ESPN back on YouTube TV? Because I think there's some people out there who would make the trade.
You get your $20 credit, kid? I got my $20 credit.
I got my $20 credit, but I'm done with YouTube TV. I'm just going straight to the source. I don't need to go anywhere else. Everything I want is right there.
Yeah. I get it.
You don't watch 911 Nashville, Ken?
No, I don't, Brother Jackson.
I'm sad to report that, I got House Hunters that I have to watch. So
yeah, like there's other excellent programming.
I mean, just absolute trash television that comes on at 1 o'clock in the morning that keeps me up late.
What
and
channel?
I wonder, House Hunters International is on. I have no idea.
You could probably get that on some sort of bundle, Brother Murphy.
I imagine you probably.
I bet Matt loves My Lottery Dream Home.
It's on in the house way more than I would like to admit. And those people are searching. I mean, the dude. I mean, he needs new tattoos. I mean, you can chart the arc of that show based on the number of tattoos and how flamboyantly gay he is. Look, I don't care that he's gay. I mean, it was pretty obvious that the host of the show, what was his name, David, was gay to begin with. But watch the arc of that show. The more tattoos, the gayer he acts.
Matt.
But look, I don't care that you're gay, but if I'm on My Lottery Dream Home, I'm not prepared for you to call me sweetie.
I want to watch Matt on this show so bad.
You know what I'm saying?
It's better than calling you darling.
Well, he'll do that. No, he calls them my darlings. Come on in, my darlings. You know what, buddy? I'm not your darling. I mean, I love you to death, and I'll hug your neck, David.
And you're going to get a nice commission out of this dream home purchase.
I would expect that you will, and you'll keep your job, and you'll get yourself another butterfly tattoo or whatever you're doing. But come on, man. Come on. I mean, but you can chart the arc of that show. The House Hunters is on HGTV, people are telling me, and thank you so much for that.
Oh, yeah.
So someone asked why we can't have a longer dump button.
That's a good question.
I don't think they expect us to need it as much as we did during the last segment of the Matt Murphy radio show.
So technically, what I am supposed to do as the host
is hang up on them.
Is immediately suspend the conversation at the time that someone says something that they're not supposed to say.
Fiddlesticks.
Right. But
Ken?
I didn't do that because I felt like Allison, she kind of gave it an oopsie. And I felt like, okay, we're going to let that one slide. She's trying to make a better point. She's trying to, and then she did it again, which is, But the reason, if you must know, for those who want to know, we have a 10-something second delay. which gives us the ability when we hear something on our end. So when you hear what I'm saying right now, you're actually hearing it 10 seconds down the road.
20.
And at the end,
I don't think it's 20.
From what I have been told, it is 20.
I don't think you've been told.
Who knows more about the dump button, me or you?
I'm guessing me. I'm going to guess me.
That's an incorrect answer. As the one who presses the dump button.
There's zero chance that it's 20 seconds.
I know it's 20 seconds elsewhere. All the other.
Oh, because those filthy sports people over there?
And every station that has a dump button, it's 20 in this building. So I'm assuming that we're not just the outliers at 10.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. At 7 o'clock, you and I can argue about this all we want, but I don't think it's very interesting to the listening audience right now.
It's 20. I'm willing to do it.
You're willing to dump?
I can't. I don't have a screen.
It used to be 8 when I was in Birmingham, Alabama. It was 8 seconds because you don't really need more than that. When you hear it, you dump the call, and you move on, and you let it build back up. Right? The idea is that we can dump a portion of the radio show. Dumping a portion of the radio show would be to kill 8 seconds of the show. So you would immediately, or 10 seconds or 20 seconds, as Jackson claims, and you would immediately catch back up to a live version. Then you would not take telephone calls, not interact with the general public for a time frame consistent with the ability to build that. So what it does is stretches the audio very slowly back out. So you build that 10 or 15 seconds or whatever it is back up again in order to be able to do it again. Does that make sense?
I just texted our head of engineering.
All right. And what is the length of the dump?
Hey, me and Matt are arguing on the air about the length of WTN's delay. Is it 20 seconds or 10?
Okay. Let's see what he says. All right. You want to put a wager on it?
Yeah, you don't get a punishment for your movie if it's 10 seconds.
Woo! Otherwise, I do. I still haven't watched it. I'm in so much doo-doo. Can I say doo-doo? Is that a dumpable?
You can say doo-doo. You just can't say something that means doo-doo.
I'm in a little bit of a doo-doo. Scott says, "Oh, I wish I could live in a world where I would only have a 20-second dump."
Me too. So much time wasted. But here's the thing.
I get a lot of phone work done.
Here's the thing.
I get a lot of phone work done.
If you snapped away the phones, the 20-second dump is a possibility.
Oh, man, we bring magazines back. We bring magazines back like that,
I still do a little magazine work in there.
Oh,
sometimes
man.
I like the vintage things.
Oh, you like to go old school, do you?
Yeah.
You like to go retro?
Retro. Bring out the Sports Illustrated.
Get you the Sundance catalog or whatever the hell it is.
I get free Southern Livings. I'll start bringing them up here.
Oh, yeah. Garden and Gun. Love it. Love Garden and Gun. One of the last magazines I held on to. I think we still get it for some reason. No idea why. All right, so before we go, while we're having a little fun, here's a video of Joe Biden. Y'all want to see this?
Yes, sir.
Video of Joe Biden. He made an appearance. I think this is in Russia.
This is foul,
What?
man.
Russia?
What? Yeah, this is
foul.
This is video of Joe Biden. Look at him. All right. There's a video component of this. You got to watch it. There he is.
Oh.
He's coming down the stage, y'all. Watch out. Y'all watch him. Oh, Joe. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. He's waving. Okay, he's waving. Oh, no. Oh, he's down. He's down. Oh, he's still trying to walk. He broke. Oh, no. Oh, Joe. Oh, he can't. Oh, pull the curtain. Pull the curtain. Oh, the curtain's all tangled.
That is foul.
I love that they're playing Rocky.
Yes.
Okay, so that's Joe Biden
That
in
is
Russia.
foul.
I mean, doesn't it look like Joe? Come on, Jackson.
It's pretty good.
Last few times you saw Joe walking around.
I thought you were serious. I was sitting there thinking, what in the world is Joe Biden doing walking on a stage in Russia?
That's a video.
And why do I not know about that?
It was a video. It's a robot. Russia came out with their own AI robot, and they were showcasing it on stage.
Falls down.
And it fell over. It was kind of walking in place awkwardly, and it looked like Joe walking up a flight of stairs, and they're like, wow. And then, boop, tumped right over. And they're playing Gonna Fly Now from Rocky at the time that they presented the robot. And then when it dumped over, they had to get it off stage, so it's an obvious fail. And they try to pull a curtain across the stage, and the curtain's all tangled up. And so that was a fail, too. And I'm sure Vladimir Putin has killed all of those people involved now.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, they've all had to go to the gulag, Stalag 17 or whatever the hell it is. So there's that. We've got a couple of other pieces of video audio for you in a moment. Donald Trump made an appearance on the Pat McAfee show. Isn't it sad that the president of the United States of America chooses to go on these types of programs, which is fine. That's not the sad part. The sad part is then Pat McAfee, whom I don't really care for that much, but whatever, McAfee has to apologize or has to justify allowing the president of the United States on his show, which is stupid. We'll have that for you in a moment. Dave, you too. Plus, speaking of the president of the United States, anybody else feel like he's not having a very good week and a half? I don't feel like the president's having a very good week and a half. 4 separate things the president has proposed or talked about that I disagree with. 4. Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll tell you what 4 they are and get your thoughts on it in just a moment. It's 22 after the hour on Super Talk. I wish my mama was still alive, because if my mama was still alive, I would call her and tell her that her baby boy has made it, because I now have a special deal named after myself. That's right. Thank you to Contours LLC. I've been telling you about Contours in Cool Springs. Their red light technology is incredible. It's the best in Tennessee. It works efficiently and cost effectively, and it gets rid of stubborn body fat. And it's all non-invasive. We've had it done. I've had it done, and it works. They even guarantee that you'll lose at least 2 inches across your midsection, or it's free for your first treatment. So I have a great idea for the holidays, and all you have to do is go in and ask for the Murph. That's right. I have a special named after me at Contours LLC. Now, if you're asking for the Murph, you're going for it, right? It's 6 belly buster treatments. Plus, they'll throw in an additional 3-month maintenance package at no cost to you. That's the Murph. So carry that new look and that new attitude into the new year by getting rid of the stubborn fat and keep it coming off until March. Friends, this is a savings of thousands of dollars. Call Contours LLC. I'm about to give you the telephone number and tell them that Matt Murphy sent you and tell them you want the Murph. Now, if you're looking for a more feminine option, you can ask for the Mandis if you want. I don't know that that's on the menu, but so if you're looking for the more masculine option, I would go with the Murph. More feminine option, I would go with the Mandis. I think it takes a little more off at the hip. 615-236-9960. That's 615-236-9960. I think he's going to get me back for this one tomorrow morning on Naturals Morning News. ContoursLLC.com. Ask for the Murph or the Mandis at Contours LLC.
Why some Tennessee foster kids ended up sleeping in state offices and what Governor Lee says needs to change. Coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I was right. Jackson was wrong. We play Price is Right rules on what? What?
You were not right.
Ken, it is I just need to ask Ken something real quick, Jackson.
Yes,
Ken,
sir.
it's a given that in these little rules of engagement, we play Price is Right rules around here, right? You know, closest without going over.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Ken.
Yes, sir.
Lie.
So we got a definitive on the delay.
It's 17 and a half seconds from mic to my firm.
17 and 1/2 seconds.
Wow.
So that is, I was closest without going over, so I win.
So
that's not, no, when it's two people and it lands in the middle.
Wait. So when there's two people at the final showcase showdown on Price is Right,
yeah,
and there's Bob Barker, because I don't believe in that Drew Carey crap. So there's Bob Barker standing there, and one of the people go over. What happens, Jackson?
Are we on the Price is Right, or are we on the Kurt Murphy show?
Hurt people, Jackson. Hurt people. I'm sorry that you went over.
You're getting punished.
I don't understand why. My punishment has been absolved.
No, it hasn't.
I just won the thing.
Everybody text in your least favorite movie, and Matt's going to watch one of them this weekend. It's time for the news.
Lost control of my show.
$5:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Well, the U.S. Supreme Court has ruled that a temporary pause on expanded SNAP food benefits will continue. As Congress moves closer to ending the government shutdown, the hold means millions of Americans who rely on the SNAP food benefits will not see full payments this month, despite a lower court ruling in their favor. The Supreme Court justices say the pause gives time for appeals, while the administration warns paying now could drain school meal funds. And the federal government could be reopened as soon as tomorrow. The House expected to vote on the short-term spending bill that finally passed in the U.S. Senate. Right now in Tennessee, Fox 17 says Governor Lee is responding to reports that 10 foster children recently had to sleep in state offices due to a lack of suitable placements. He says Tennessee must recruit more foster families and expand crisis care options. The Department of Children's Services says these children have complex needs that make traditional placements unsafe. Lawmakers calling for more transparency and urgent reforms to prevent it from happening again. Today is Veterans Day, where we remember those serving in the military. President Trump laying a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier at Arlington National Cemetery. And afterward, he thanked service members, said the U.S. will celebrate victory days for both world wars.
From now on, we're going to be celebrating Victory Day for World War I, for World War II, and frankly, for everything else. Under the Trump administration, we're restoring the pride and the winning spirit of the United States military.
That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. All right, police still showing a crash, 24 eastbound before Briley Parkway South. Berry Hill, a crash, 440 eastbound right there at 65. Antioch got a stalled vehicle on the left shoulder, 24 westbound before Hickory Hollow Parkway. Pegram, a crash, 40 eastbound past McCrory Lane. Williamson County got a crash, 840 eastbound between Carter's Creek Pike and Columbia Pike. And in Smyrna, a crash partially blocking the off-ramp 24 eastbound to Almaville Road. Just picked up a brand new crash. As I'm speaking, 65 northbound before Concord Road. This crash is blocking the left two lanes. I'm Ken Weaver.
Hello, friends. Matt Murphy. You know, one of the marks of a good parent, they warn their kids about danger, who to trust, what to avoid, and how to make smarter choices. Friends, Eurofix is the smarter choice when it comes to European vehicles. Eurofix believes in warning their customers, too. In one case, and I love this, right? Eurofix cut a check to a customer for $5,500. Refund check. Why? Well, because they police themselves, because they're not going to charge you for services not rendered, and they're not going to do something and claim that it's right when it's not. They're going to do it the right way the first time, or they're going to make it right. Not every auto shop tells you the full story. Some oversell you. Some cut corners. Some may just not know what to do. You could pay for something you don't need. Not at Eurofix. They make it. They do it right. They make it right. Eurofix makes quality repairs at below dealer pricing. They can't promise that they're perfect, but they're close to it. You get a free 15-minute no-wrench inspection, a 3-year, 36,000-mile nationwide warranty on all the work they perform, and rental cars are available with every appointment. Stay on the road and off the tow truck at Eurofix. Call 844-EUROFIX. That's 844-EUROFIX or myEurofix.com, myEurofix.com. Are you looking at some of the suggestions on the super text line for the movie?
Yes.
These people are cruel. They're cruel.
What are they suggesting?
Well, we'll talk about it in a minute. It's not good. It's I think I would rather quit my job than watch Battlefield Earth. I really do believe that. That's that John Travolta Scientology crap. Anyway, let me talk to you about something that's not. The Pancake Pantry, they want you to know that they love their veterans. They're showing their gratitude by offering free meals all day today, November 11th, to active and retired military veterans. It's a special offer that was made available at all their locations, the Hillsborough Village location and the downtown restaurant located at 220 Malloy. The complimentary meal features guest choice of any entree listed on the menu and obviously valid military ID required to participate in the Veterans Day promotion. The Pancake Pantry, which is founded in 1961, is an absolute Nashville institution, known for 23 varieties of scratch-made pancakes. They make my mouth water for pancakes, and I'm not normally a pancake guy. Pancake Pantry also offers some of the best breakfast food around, best food and friendliest service, 2 separate locations. They've got batters and syrups that are crafted from secret recipes that are made fresh daily. It is a favorite of Nashville Scene's Best of Nashville and the Tennessean's Best of Music City. The Pancake Pantry, boasting, a large variety of breakfast and lunch offerings. Learn more at thepancakepantry.com, thepancakepantry.com. And I salute the Pancake Pantry and say thank you for honoring our veterans on this Veterans Day. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Oh, yes. I am sad to note people are selecting some of the worst movies that they can think of as a punishment for me not watching my movie. Because I didn't watch it over the weekend. I had friends in town, and I've now gone another day without watching it. And I told Jackson that I have to be punished in some fashion. I mean, if we're going to commit to the agreement, if we're going to commit to the bit, then I have to be punished.
You should wear a muumuu on Friday.
Okay. Do I get to wear anything on underneath the muumuu? It might be chilly,
No.
No?
Just a muumuu.
Oh, man, that'd be great. The freedom? I mean, underpants, obviously.
Yeah,
Come on.
obviously.
Let's not be.
Yeah, why don't we wear stuff like that? What's stopping American men from wearing stuff like that?
I mean,
pride.
Yeah, but I'm talking about in the sense of comfort.
Well, Jackson, do you honestly think that pride stops American men from doing these things? Have you seen some of these guys? Jackson, have you ever put on a muumuu?
I have not. And that's gonna continue.
Well, I mean, maybe not a muumuu, but things like some men in the Middle East wear.
Well, yeah, like a
just big.
There's like a big dress,
big skirts.
Yeah, like a toga. Let's call it a toga.
Yes. I mean, I don't mean any disrespect. I don't know the real name for it, but
whatever. Yeah, whatever. They're wrapping all that around. Yeah, that looks too complex. I just want something that I slip on over my head and I don't have to worry about it anymore.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't wear it right now because it's kind of cold.
It is kind of chilly. And by the way, it's not lost on me, Jackson, that you're criticizing individual fashion choices, and I think you wore jogging pants to work yesterday.
I did not. I just wore sweatpants.
Sweatpants?
Yeah.
I said jogging pants?
Yeah. Difference. Jogging pants are tight.
I think sweatpants and jogging pants are the same thing.
No, sweatpants are loose, comfortable. Sweatpants or jogging pants are tight.
I mean, I understand they're old school. Oh, these are old school jogging pants. What do you think of when you think of jogging pants?
Joggers. They're called joggers.
Well, I understand that there's a new thing called joggers. I'm talking about old school sweat or I would say that.
I don't know what y'all went to ye old Foot Locker and
one way or the other. You wore sweatpants to work.
And I do all the time because it's cold.
I don't know that you should be looking your nose down at people that wear muumuus if you're going to wear sweatpants to work.
I'm just saying if somebody showed up in a muumuu, I'm getting a lot more different looks than.
So you're saying that it would be worse to wear a muumuu than wearing some sweatpants?
Yes.
It's closer than you think.
Maybe it is.
I mean, I would agree with you that you're more in the norm than that person would be. But I think it's closer than
that person's going to be you, Matt Murphy.
Dave, we're getting to your insurance question in a moment. Mike, maybe. Right now, it's time for Nincompoops in the News.
Nincompoops in the News.
Several of you say Matt should have to watch Brokeback Mountain. I beat you to it. I lost a bet during a previous...
Matt was first in line at the premiere.
I watched it like on opening weekend because I lost a bet. No, this is a true story. I had a wager with a buddy at a radio station in Birmingham, Alabama, long ago, whenever it came out, and I lost a wager and I had to go watch the damn thing, and it was fine. I chose to look away for about 2.5 minutes of the movie because I don't.
2.5 minutes.
Have you ever seen it?
No.
That's about all that there is.
But it's one is it one continuous?
No. It's a couple of scenes.
Okay.
There's a couple of scenes that I'm out.
It's like
there's one
2.5 minutes is such a long time.
Yeah, it's like. And I remember my favorite line from that movie is because the premise of the whatever, I won't get into it, but it's two cowboys and they find romance up in the mountains,
way up in the mountains,
and Randy Quaid's in the movie.
Yeah.
And he's the guy that hires them. And he hired, his two ranch hands that he hires. They don't know each other, and they have to go watch his sheep up in the mountain during the winter. And they fall for one another and whatever. And so he catches them, but they don't know that he caught them. And so the next season, the guy comes back and wants to get rehired. They've done it like 4 or 5 years in a row. And once he catches them, and he comes in and goes, "No, I don't think I'm going to hire you this year." And he's like, "What?" He said, "Why not? Haven't we done a good job for you?" And he pauses. He said, "I hired you boys to go watch my sheep. I didn't hire you to pluck the bloom off the rose with that other fella." I was like, okay. That's a way to put it. Anyway, I don't know who won yesterday, so Jackson, why don't you go first?
It was Ken Weaver. Ken, you go ahead.
It was me?
Yeah, good for you. Yay! Ken, congratulations, Ken.
Thanks, you guys.
You're adding to your insanely, ridiculously number. Your number of Nincompoop wins.
Yeah.
You take Jackson's and mine, you add them together, and we still don't even get close to you, Ken.
Well, and sometimes I don't even find things about naked people.
Well, I found one. I got one about naked people today.
So do I.
Okay, go.
And I'm
That
getting
makes
ready to
3.
read it to you.
All right.
Florida man accused of stealing a car trying to run over victim found hiding in a porta potty. Joshua Malnix was arrested on Sanibel after police say he stole a construction worker's car and attempted to run him over. Forced the victim to jump out of the way to avoid being hit. This started at Blind Pass Beach on October 27th when Malnix allegedly entered a property and tried to break into a shed. Connor Easton, a resident, is quoted as saying, "A lot of people in Florida carry. I suggest you hide. Next time you do something stupid like that, you're going to get shot dead." Mr. Chip Wolf, another Sanibel resident, said, "I know the couple that owns the house. Yeah, that I'm not sure they know yet." Police reported that when a construction worker told Malnix to leave, he jumped into the worker's car and drove off. "There's a lot of big houses. Not really much crime you ever see out going on here," Easton said. Wolf said, "Lock your cars. You can never be too careful." The keys were left in the car, which was unlocked. Well, investigators said Malnix rammed through a gate, causing about $4,000 in damage before heading toward the end of Sanibel Island near Captiva. Once he reached the end, he got out and went inside a porta potty. When he realized deputies were waiting outside, he ran out without his pants, grabbed 2 wooden stakes to hold as a weapon, and started running. Owen Dearson, another resident, speculated, "I think drugs are involved."
You think? Yeah, I think drugs are involved.
Lee County deputies used a taser on Malnix when they saw him headed toward another car, fearing he might steal that one too. Malnix was taken into custody, booked into the Lee County Jail. He is facing a number of charges.
I would expect so, 100%. My naked man story does involve a death. So at the risk of being disqualified, I'm going to include it because it also involves a veteran. And a veteran that did good for his community. Also, hat tip, Chris Hand. Chris Hand fed me this.
Oh, that's a flag.
Whatever. Hand's my boy.
15-yard penalty.
We're thick as thieves, Hand and I. And Hand said, "Hey,
well, maybe Chris Hand can come on the show and give it because this is his story."
79-year-old I'll let the people decide. I'll let the folks decide whether or not it's a flag or not. A 79-year-old Vietnam War veteran intervened after seeing a naked man allegedly entering a Los Angeles residence Friday, shooting and killing the suspect. According to NBC Los Angeles, they reported the Vietnam veteran saw the naked man enter a residence and intervened. People magazine noted that LAPD Captain Warner Castillo indicated the, quote, intruder wandered into an apartment complex at the 4500 block of Tawana Avenue. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. Tawana, Tajunga, Tajanga.
Sounds good.
Yeah, whatever. Great Googly Moogly Avenue. 2 women began to scream. The Vietnam veteran ran toward the screams, and the naked man allegedly attacked the veteran, slamming him onto the concrete driveway. Listen to this, and this is a true hero. Both the veteran's legs were broken in the attack, yet he was able to, quote, grab his gun and shoot the man at least twice. The man was naked at the time he was shot. Fox 11 pointed out that the police indicated, quote, the suspect got shot once, and he still approached the 79-year-old, and the suspect got shot again after his approach. The neighbor who knows the veteran said he's a very sweet, very kind, and very gentle man. To hear he shot somebody would be out of self-defense, I'm sure. And I'm sure it was as well. The deceased suspect in his 30s. The deceased suspect is a nincompoop. I know that I'm violating the no death on nincompoops in the news, but it was too good not to tell on Veterans Day. Thank you, Hand. Thank you to all of you who I'm sure will be voting for me.
Good story, Kurt. All right, Minnesota man caught chainsawing butt-ass naked in Minnesota. Throwing caution in his clothes to the wind, a 66-year-old Minnesota man was spotted outside his home chainsawing while butt-ass naked, according to police, who say the suspect has been frequently spotted in the nude by neighbors.
Are you saying butt-ass?
Butt-ass. That's the quote.
That's the quote in the article?
Yes.
Just pause your story for a second. Ken, isn't it buck? I thought it was buck-ass naked.
It can be either one.
Oh, is it either? Okay.
All right, since Kurt rudely interrupted my story. I will continue.
My
Paul
apology.
Severson was charged Tuesday with disorderly conduct in connection with alleged nude displays outside his residence in the city of Lake Crystal. After interviewing multiple witnesses, a sheriff's deputy observed a nude Severson appear from behind a shed. The cop advised Severson that he could not be naked outside with children and people driving by. Neighbors reported that Severson did yard work while nude, with one eyewitness saying the suspect was chainsawing butt-ass naked. Severson was named in a November 4th misdemeanor complaint 2 weeks after a witness told police that one of their children saw him naked for the first time as the child rode the bus to school that morning.
Jackson?
Yes.
Have you ever operated a chainsaw?
Not in Minnesota, Murphy. Also, that is a dangerous tool to do naked.
Ken?
Yes, sir.
Have you operated a chainsaw?
Yes.
I have too. Gasoline and electric.
Mine was gasoline.
Mine was gasoline. My grandpa had one of those big old round bow saws. Huge deal. Reminds me of a story. My grandfather called me one day and said he wasn't worth the damn. I'm not worth the damn anymore. I said, why not? He goes, I can't even get my chainsaw to crank. I said, Pa, you talking about your electric chainsaw? I said, no, my bow saw. His bow saw was a 40-pound chainsaw.
Yeah.
And he was 85 years old.
Dangerous.
I was like, what are you doing? So anyway, I live in perpetual fear when I operate a chainsaw of the chain coming off because I've had a chain snap off on me before.
Yeah.
And that is frightening because you don't know where that thing's going to go and you don't know what it's going to cut.
Especially if you're butt-ass naked.
But if you're butt-ass naked, you got no fear, brother. There's no fear there.
Respect.
I mean, that's mad respect. Or you're an nincompoop.
That is some nincompoopery. I just imagine they were like, Daniel, and he just took 3 steps from behind the shed, just naked.
I just like how the cop said, sir, you can't be out here butt-ass naked in front of people.
Buck naked in front of folk. You can't just be wandering around. Hey, sir, were you buck-ass naked? Yeah, but I wasn't chainsawing. That's how we play nincompoops in the news. You can vote for Ken Weaver. You can vote for Jackson if you so desire. Or vote for me. 615-737-9986. Dave, hang in there. You've been holding for a long time. I'll get to you on insurance coming up next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
A vote for Murphy's a vote for socialism.
You know, we've been talking quite a bit about health insurance and the proper way of managing it on the show today. Well, let me talk to you about a primary care provider that I believe in, and I talk about them every day, and it's Grace Point Healthcare. They practice what we preach on the radio show when it comes to their primary care philosophy, and that is a direct pay model. They do not allow insurance companies to get in the way of their treatment. They don't allow pharmaceutical companies to get in the way of their treatment. They believe in that relationship between doctor and patient, and they live it every single day at Grace Point Healthcare. So when you go there, you pay Grace Point, and then you can file with your insurance company for reimbursement. This is the way that it should be, folks. This is the way it ought to be, and it's the way that it is at Grace Point. And you don't have to wait in these long lines. They don't believe in those either. Plus, you understand exactly what you're paying at the time that you get treatment. And that's nice, too, knowing what treatment costs you. As a matter of fact, for a regular office visit, they have a Smart Care plan set up where $99 a month, you get unlimited office visits throughout the course of the year, plus free basic labs and diagnostics, and only $79 a month for the youngsters. Plus, you can pay for this out of your HSA account, your health savings account. That's nice. Grace Point Healthcare, modern medicine delivered the old-fashioned way. 599-6868 in the heart of Franklin. 599-6868. Stop by and tell them Murphy sent you to Grace Point Healthcare.
Well, the U.S. Supreme Court has just ruled on that temporary pause on expanded SNAP food benefits. I'll tell you about that and more coming up at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken Weaver. I have some cleanup to do. Eric writes in, and I think he speaks for all of us. What kind of country do we live in when a man can't chainsaw butt-ass naked on his own property?
Well, that's a good point.
That's a great point, Eric. I don't disagree with that. Number 2, Jackson, several folks agreeing with you, and I'm going to go ahead and stand corrected. Let it never be said that Matt Murphy's not willing to stand corrected when appropriate. I will acquiesce to the right. I will accept that I was ill-informed when the time comes, and the time has come for me to accept this. Are you ready, Jackson?
Yes, I am, Kurt.
Sweatpants versus jogging pants. There used to be a time when they were the same thing. Now with this new generation, they have what they call joggers, and they are gay. Very tight. Am I allowed to say that? I was reading. I don't approve of that message. I was just reading it as written to me.
Who sent that to you?
Fellow by the name of Tim. Sent it in. No. I don't know if you know him or not. Not Tim Burchett. What? No. It wasn't Tim Burchett. You were looking at me that way. No. Well, without, I'm not casting aspersions because we try not to do that on this radio show on the sexual preferences of those who wear them. So be that as it may. So they are a tighter version of what you would call sweatpants. Okay, that's fine. I'm out of the loop, man. I lost my sense of fashion back in 2004. Dave is next. Dave, God bless you. Thank you for your patience. The floor is yours, sir.
Hey, are moo-moos gay?
Yeah, probably.
Because I tell you what, while y'all were talking about it, I was thinking, I bet that's comfortable.
I would wear hell out of a moo-moo.
I would in the summer.
I would. And, oh, yeah. Or you get you a flannel. You get a flannel version for the wintertime, Ken.
Get a flannel version and smoke a cigar while you're wearing it.
Heck yeah, man.
And get out there and do some chainsawing.
Yeah. I do a little chainsawing in my wool-lined moo-moo.
No. Hey, I called me and you had asked earlier, like, how do we get into this mess with health insurance and everything else? You really got to go back to in the 60s, 70s. Most people had indemnity policies or hospitalization policy, right? And that covered your major out of pocket expense if you broke a leg or broke an arm, whatever, ended up in the hospital. But your average, you go to the doctor, you paid for that out of pocket. Then you go into the 80s, I guess early 80s, that's when managed care really, and it's the introduction of managed care into the system that really screwed things up. Why did employers start doing that? Well, your benefit, so part of your compensation package that you're offering, the healthcare portion, this goes back, this ain't new, this ain't Obamacare. You could write that off as a business expense, whereas you can't write off your salaries that you're paying.
Well, and so hold your thought here, Dave. I apologize doing it, but I want to put you on hold, and the effort is to make your time spent on hold worthwhile so I can carry you over. But I would say, and several have asked, when I made reference to World War II, that is a fact. Look up the Stabilization Act of 1942. It was a measure passed during World War II to attempt a wage freeze, and it worked in the sense that it kept inflationary rates down. The fear was that there was such a shortage of males because so many of them were at the war that wages would go through the roof. Well, I can follow up on exactly what happened, but what was exempt from the wage freeze? Health insurance. And the Stabilization Act of 1942 directly connected businesses and health insurance, and it has been a failure, and we need to stop it. We need to stop it. It's time for the news. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
And Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. Well, the U.S. Supreme Court is keeping a temporary pause on expanded SNAP food benefits in place. This is as Congress nears a deal to end the government shutdown. The hold means millions of low-income Americans will not see full payments this month, despite a lower court ruling in their favor. Justices say the pause gives time for further review, while the administration warns compliance could disrupt school meal programs. Lawmakers are racing to finalize an agreement that would restore funding and make the case moot. And the federal government could be reopened as soon as tomorrow. The House expected to vote on the short-term spending bill that finally passed the U.S. Senate, but it will not restore Obamacare tax credits. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
Democrats will continue to press the case to say to our Republican colleagues, you have another opportunity to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits.
And relief can't come soon enough at the airport, says ABC's Alex Stone.
Today, with the FAA ramping up flight cancellations from where they've been at 4% to now 6%, on their way to 10% of flights. Almost 1,600 flights have been canceled in the U.S. today. Regional carriers SkyWest and Republic Airways are the most heavily impacted, followed by Southwest, Endeavor Air, Delta, and United Airlines.
Metro Nashville Public Schools reviewing school start and end times across the district. At Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovac says families, students, and staff invited to share their input through an online survey through November 23rd.
Phase 1 is already underway right now, which is surveys, small focus groups, and virtual town halls. One is scheduled for tomorrow, November 12th from noon until 1. The next is Tuesday, November 18th from 5 until 6 o'clock in the evening. MMPS says that they'll keep sharing what they're learning with updates. So far, they've already received over 10,000 surveyed responses. Some parents tell us that they were eager to weigh in on this. This is the first time in over a decade Metro Schools is reviewing start and end times.
And you can visit Metro Nashville Public Schools website. It's mnps.org for details and how to make your voice heard. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. Just picked up a crash blocking the left lane, 65 northbound past Old Hickory Boulevard in Madison. Talbot's Corner, an accident, right shoulder block, 65 southbound at Trinity Lane. And look for 65 northbound right there before Trinity Lane. Brentwood, a crash, right shoulder block, 65 northbound before Concord Road. And in Laverne, we've got a crash, 24 eastbound past Waldron Road. I'm Ken Weaver.
Hello, friends. Matt Murphy. It's the final hour of the Matt Murphy Radio Show, this Tuesday edition. Glad to have you with us on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You may join in the proceedings, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. If you'd like to call in, turn a monologue into a dialogue, always good to do that. You can also hit us up on the Super Text line. Find us on TuneIn, Spotify, iHeart. Obviously, we're on our own app, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Carry us wherever you go. You can also find us on Talk TV. For you masochists and the listening audience that want to see these proceedings happen while you hear them, go over to YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, or Rumble. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, or Rumble, and just type in the old Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and there you go. Be sure to like, subscribe, give us the old thumbs up if you so desire. It will cost you, what will it cost them? I don't think it'll cost you anything. I don't think it'll cost that. I think Ken Weaver, if he were listening, would tell you that it costs
absolutely nothing, boys.
You got to give a yes.
Yes.
Yeah. That's not bad, Jackson.
I do a decent Ken Weaver.
I'd agree with that. I think that's fair. That's fair.
I do a good Matt Murphy, too.
Let's hear it.
Wah, 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 wah.
It's exactly what you're listening to during the show. If not something else. I have great suspicions that Jackson is watching something else during this show. By the way, have you figured out what my punishment's going to be yet?
Yeah, you're watching Jack and Jill along with another movie I will select.
Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water.
Yeah, it's an Adam Sandler movie, and it's horrific.
Jack came down and Jack fell down and broke his crown, and Jill came tumbling after. I think that's right. Jack and Jill, Adam Sandler movie? I've never heard of it. Never heard of it. Is it bad? It's a punishment for a reason, I guess.
Al Pacino is in it.
Oh, well, it can't be all bad.
You want to know what its Rotten Tomatoes is, where it's sitting?
No, I don't. No, what is it?
3%.
3%? That's how bad it is?
Yeah. Out of 100.
Oh. So I have to watch.
It's Adam Sandler cross-dressing for 90 minutes.
I have to watch A Complete Unknown and Jack and Jill.
Are you just pushing A Complete Unknown to this weekend?
I'm gonna try to get to it. I promise. I've got to get to both before the week is out. I feel like. So I'll do my dead level best. All right, Dave, we'll get back to you in a moment. Real quick, I want to clean this up too. So several have asked. The concept of businesses being involved in your health insurance came about during World War II, and I alluded to this, and I did not have some of the specific details, but here you go. The U.S. implemented a wage freeze as a measure to control wartime inflation because so many men were overseas in war. And so it was enacted through the Stabilization Act of 1942, which was passed by Congress and obviously signed by President Franklin D. Roosevelt. It was enacted to stabilize wages and prices, and immediately Roosevelt issued an executive order freezing them at September 1942 levels. It helped create a dynamic by which it would prevent wage price spirals and allow companies to attract and retain workers despite the freeze. It allowed them to offer benefits like health insurance. So the Stabilization Act of 1942 gave the president the authority to do this. The freeze applied to all forms of remuneration, including salary, wage, bonuses, commissions, and gifts. There were some exemptions, most notably for insurance and pension benefits that could be offered in a, quote, reasonable amount. Because companies could not offer higher pay, they began to offer non-wage benefits like health insurance to attract and retain workers, which has sadly now become something of an expectation. So now we pick up our health insurance when we go to work, and if we get fired or we leave a job, we lose those health insurance coverages and benefits. So we have to pick them back up at our new place of employment, which is not the way we should be doing it at all. But that's the way we do it. And it's part of the big insurance problem that we have in the United States of America, as we've been discussing throughout the course of the day. Now, before I get back to Dave and get too far away from it, I'm curious if you feel the same way that I do, that Donald Trump has not had that good of a week. I love my president. I love 47. I appreciate what he does for this country. I appreciate what he's doing for this country. It goes without saying that I'm a supporter of Trump. But I don't agree with him all the time. I don't agree with anyone all the time. And let me tell you, I would have said he hit the trifecta, but he added one today. $2,000. So let me just give you the list, and you can call in and tell me which ones you agree with, which ones you disagree with, and maybe you disagree with me that I shouldn't be chiding the president for suggesting these types of programs, big government programs. Number one, pardons. We should not be pardoning Glenn Cassida. We should not be pardoning Cade Cothran. They were guilty as the damn day is long. They knew exactly what they were doing, and I have done enough research in the last week and a half to understand that, and I wasn't even here during the time. By all accounts, Cothran was, well, without getting too much into the seedy, nasty details of all that they did at the state capitol, suffice it to say they were guilty. They were found guilty by a jury of their peers, and a pardon of these two is just ridiculous. So the pardons, I disagree with. I think we're going crazy with the pardons. We're just going crazy with the pardons. Number two, stimulus checks. No. The government does not need to hand out $2,000 stimulus checks to the American people while we are $38 trillion in debt. Enough said. 3, 50-year mortgage? No. The last thing we need to do is extend renting from the bank, which is what a 50-year mortgage would be. Number 4, this is the latest. 600,000 more Chinese students. And I have the clip from Donald Trump's interview with Laura Ingraham last night. It was not good, by the way. And I love the man, but I don't know what the impetus behind this is. But he says, "Oh, we need 600,000. We need these immigrants. They prop up the universities. To hell with the universities." I'll play the clip for you in just a minute. All right, Dave. Thank you for your patience.
You're all right. Hey, if you don't want your 2,000, I'll take yours.
I bet you would.
I'm just messing.
I bet. No, well, that's the whole thing. I mean, if I get a check, I mean, I'm not going to turn it down, right?
Right.
That's the sad thing is that if I got a $2,000 check, you know, I'd spend it.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. But at the same time, I saw that and I said, well, I could use $2,000. That'd be all right. But going back to the healthcare thing, you're right. That's how businesses got introduced into the whole healthcare ecosystem or economic system there, right? Problem is that that was really that was all based on what's Kaiser Shipping or whatever. They're the ones who really started managed care, and it was a model that they wanted to spread throughout the United States, and that's now Kaiser Permanente. It's nationwide hospital, doctor chain, insurance, everything. But didn't really catch on. Most people did have indemnity insurance or hospitalization plans. You were still, what we removed was the consumer from the process. Businesses got on board with it in the late 70s into the 80s. That's where you really saw managed care take off because businesses it was a tax benefit for them to do it. And it was only like 200 or more employee operations that did it because that's where the math worked. So what happened then? You go back, how do you get the AMA was behind it, hospital associations were behind it because it was increasing the volume, patient volume for the providers, right? So they're willing to take capitated payments, like per payment, per visit or whatever else, but your volume increases. What has happened since? Have you driven by a hospital in the past 10, 15, 20 years that hasn't had a construction project going on?
No.
They're all over the place,
Not
right?
to my memory.
So, I mean, I don't want to use the word fiddlesticks, but we got a fiddlesticks problem. We've created a 900-pound gorilla in the economy. Everybody wants to point to one or the other, right? Oh, it's the drug companies. Oh, it's the doctors. Oh, it's the insurance companies. We have fully, probably a quarter or so of our economy is healthcare. I mean, that's it. I don't know how you untangle it now because everybody, all right, so let's go back to where everybody's got to have skin in the game, right? Well, then maybe your patient volumes drop. Maybe some of these big construction projects going on down at the local hospital don't go on. Well, those people are out of a job, and it just ripples throughout the economy. I disagree. I 100% agree with you. I think it was a mistake, But I think we've kind of passed that point of no return where it's such a huge chunk of the economy. How do you unwind that?
Well, that's the big question.
I'm not even talking about Obamacare.
Just do it.
Now that was a pig in a poke.
Just do it.
And the reason the doctors were behind it and drug companies, everything else, is the same reason. All it's doing is taking big chunks of government funding, shifting it into that sector, and propping it up. But here's the thing: you pull that out from under it, it collapses. What do you have on your hands then?
Yeah. What is healthcare? It's almost a fifth of the nationwide economy, right? It's 17%.
Yeah, I mean, my numbers are probably out of date. I mean, I was thinking
17%.
Last time I looked at it, it's a big chunk.
It's huge. I agree that you're not going to turn this ship around, and I don't believe, and sadly, Dave, I don't believe you're ever going to turn it around, because in order to do so, you would have to convince the vast majority of the American, not just the simple majority, because I promise you the emotional howling would take precedent over rational, reasoned, common sense approach to this. But you would have to have the vast majority of people say, no, we don't want freebies from the government anymore, because we recognize that that's going to eventually be the ruination of our system of government. America will crumble as a result of our burdensome debt, and most of that debt is going to be added to because of the medical insurance industry, Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, and interest payments on our debt.
Well, I got another curveball for you, because I'm a glass half full kind of guy. You can also see a benefit in this. We have in the world's best healthcare in terms of innovation, in terms of all the stuff we deliver, all the new drugs, all the new treatments, and everything else. That's an offshoot of that money being funneled into the system. Europe really relies on our innovation. All the rest of the world does. So I don't know. I just wanted to throw that out there.
It's a good. It's a good call. Thank you for holding. I appreciate you doing so. Thank you, Dave, for the sentiment. I don't know that I have an answer either, because I do not believe that enough Americans would recognize the long-term devastation that's going to be created by our insistence that we continue to be allowed to drink from the government spigot. And I expect 15 years from now that we will further have government-run health care. I don't think the Republicans have the cojones to hold the line on it. I mean, think about this. Brett Baer said this pretty well. Not Brett Baer. Brett Hume said this pretty well. That, well, I'll play it for you. Brett Hume was on Fox News, I guess last night, talking about the end of the shutdown. And listen to Brett Hume discussing the dynamics of what the Democrats want, what they wanted, and what they were unable to get.
If we cannot, as a nation, decide not to continue a subsidy that was imposed or was enacted during a national health emergency and was designed to be temporary, and that all the Democrats voted to have be temporary, if we can't let that expire, what hope do we ever have of getting government spending under control?
I mean, it is 100% accurate that the government subsidy in question was enacted not at the beginning of Obamacare, which has been a failure. It was enacted during COVID-19 at a time where we were spending money hand over fist with no questions asked. Part of the reason that so many illegal aliens have gotten on Obamacare was because of the government subsidy and the no questions asked approach to getting people medical coverage and medical care during COVID-19. We didn't know what the hell was going on. And those that did know what was going on were trying to take advantage of us and it. So you had an emergency authorization approved during a time of a national emergency, COVID-19. And now that emergency authorization is over because the national emergency is over, and we can't even stop paying for that without the Democrats howling and screaming? Can you imagine what we would hear if my suggestions were taken into account? I want to eliminate all government funding of health insurance, all government funding of health care. The government should not be your health care provider, nor should it pay through my tax dollars for your health benefits. It is insanity run amok. And sadly, there are far too many people that are slurping from the government spigot. And they have no intention of stopping. And they don't care because it's not their money, it's yours. 22 after the hour, more calls on the way. Plus, 3180's mad at me. Several others are too. Quote, there's nothing wrong with making suggestions. Why would you say our president has had a bad week? Because I think our president has had a bad week. I mean, the Congress had a pretty good week. The Democrats folded. The president, not so much. 4 bad suggestions in a row. No offense to President Trump. Love President Trump. But pardons, way too many pardons. Stimulus checks, no thank you. 50-year mortgages, no thank you. 600,000 Chinese nationals coming into the United States of America as students, no thank you. You know, he'll have a better week next week. Not everything you throw against the wall isn't going to stick. It's 23 after the hour on Super Talk. Hi, friends. Matt Murphy for USS. That's United Structural Systems. USS believes in foundation repair, waterproofing, and concrete leveling. It's what they do. USS can act as a problem solver for you, truly giving you peace of mind when they come to your home. Homeowners trust USS and have since 1994. They've been in business that long and have satisfied over 30,000 residential customers. You heard me correctly. Over 30,000 customers satisfied with the product presented by USS. And it's always about solving a problem in your home. They didn't create the problem, but they can fix it, right? So if you have doors or windows sticking, that's probably a symptom of a greater problem going on. If you smell a moldy or musty smell, probably a symptom of something else going on because that indicates water's getting into your home somehow, and that could be a major issue if left unchecked. It's time to call USS. Online at USSTN.com, USSTN.com, or 615-488-7855, 488-7855 for our friends at the one and only USS. You see this Turning Point USA rally at University of California, Berkeley, where the mainstream media reported that the protesters were mostly peaceful. They're beating the hell out of Turning Point USA supporters. A man seen in a viral video beating a TPUSA supporter near the University of California, Berkeley campus has been arrested and charged with violent crimes. The Berkeley Police Department said that it witnessed two men fighting at around 5 o'clock local time. Both were initially detained on suspicion of fighting. One of the men was wearing a T-shirt that said freedom on it, a style similar to what Charlie Kirk was wearing the day that he was killed, assassinated. That man left beaten and bloodied. Police say upon further investigation, the second man involved in the fight was attempting to rob the victim of his necklace, and he has now been arrested. That individual is reportedly named. All right, hey, Jackson, you pick on me. I see you in there. You pick on me for not being able to pronounce names. I know. I'm horrible. I want you got a pen in there?
No.
You don't have a pen in there?
Oh, I found one.
Wow, that didn't take long. I feel like maybe the first response was without even looking. All right, Jihad is his first name. Jihad.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you got it? You ready? Write this out. Ready? DPHREPAULEZZ.
DPHREAULZZ.
DPHREPAULEZZ. Is that Defprolese? Defprolese? Oh, it's just stupid is what it is. Put him in jail. Don't let him out.
Defrapals.
Anyway.
Defrapals.
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 Defrapals was charged with suspicion of robbery and battery, resulting in injury, and there were other arrests made at UCal Berkeley. Let me tell you something. There's one side of the political debate that doesn't want debate. There's one side of the political debate that doesn't want counter-argument. There's one side that wants to shut down conversation. There's one side that wants to shut down speech. That is the leftists in America. Leftists in America cannot handle dissent, especially younger leftists. Go on college campuses and just have discussions and politely disagree with people. They can't handle it. They can't handle it. 630 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Now, I can handle disagreement, and if you disagree with me that Trump has not had a shaky week, look, I love my president, but come on. 600,000 Chinese students in order to prop up our university system? He said that to Laura Ingraham last night. I'll play the clip for you next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hello, friends. It's Matt Murphy for Volunteer Outfitters. Volunteer Outfitters, if you go up 65, you get off on Vietnam Veterans Parkway, y'all know where I'm talking about, and then you head up to New Shackle Island Road, take a left, and you'll see Volunteer Outfitters right there on the left. Now, let's stop procrastinating, guys. Christmas is coming fast, and Volunteer Outfitters in Hendersonville on New Shackle Island Road is your holiday headquarters. Locally owned by my man Tommy and the rest of the crew. I mean, Tommy is the owner, and he's got a great crew of people. Volunteer Outfitters has everything you need. Your favorite team gear, golf attire, hunting gear, work boots, fall, winter clothing brands like Drake, Huck, Extra Tough, Southern Marsh, Orca, and much, much more. And listen, right now, Durango Muck and Extra Tough boots are 15% off every day. Perfect for hunting, working, or just looking like you know what you're doing. Don't forget T-Shirt Tuesday on Tuesday. Is today Tuesday? Today is Tuesday. We missed T-Shirt Tuesday. Well, go in on Wednesday. Tell them I didn't do the ad until later, and they're already closed. So just go ahead and get your T-Shirt Tuesday on Wednesday. Tell them I'll take care of it. Buy any item and get a free T-shirt on T-Shirt Tuesday. Open Tuesday through Saturday. Call 615-826-9337, or just get in the car and go see Volunteer Outfitters. Seriously, don't show up empty-handed on Christmas morning. Volunteer Outfitters is the place to go to get that Christmas shopping done. Super Talk 99.7 WTN 0108 says they're a negotiating tool. They are a negotiating tool, meaning the Chinese students. They're meant to bring more income into the government to offset taxes to be able to lower them. And if you bring your factories or businesses back to the U.S., then you have no tariffs. There are no tariffs in goods or businesses that are produced or based in the U.S. It's meant to make it where we're more self-efficient, self-sufficient, help balance the trade deficits, yada, yada, yada. I do not believe in importing human beings into the United States of America for the purpose of trade negotiations. And you're talking to a guy who has given Donald Trump carte blanche on other methods by which he negotiates trade. Just listen to him last night on Laura Ingraham. This is Donald Trump from last evening on Laura Ingraham talking about bringing in 600,000 Chinese. Now, once again, he's my guy. He's my president. I'm going to give him a lot of latitude, but I just don't agree with this.
Folks are not thrilled about this idea of hundreds of thousands of foreign students in the United States. We have about 350,000 Chinese. One point during COVID, you were going to, push to, get them out, but that was pulled back. You've said as many as 600,000 Chinese students could come to the United States. Why, sir, is that a pro-MAGA position when so many American kids want to go to school and there are places not for them, and these universities are getting rich off Chinese money?
Sure. Never said about China, but we do have a lot of people coming in from China. We always have, China and other countries. We also have a massive system of colleges and universities. And if we were to cut that in half, which perhaps makes some people happy, you would have half the colleges in the United States go out of business.
So what?
Well, I think that's a big deal.
Are they fans
You would have the
of the United States?
Yeah, but you would have, as you know, historically, black colleges and universities would all be out of business. You would have a system of colleges and universities would
So
go
we're
down the
dependent on
tubes.
China to keep our university
not China,
system
but
going?
I think it's good to have. I actually think it's good to have outside countries. Look.
All right, I'm going to pause it for a second. Laura Ingraham is dead on. We're depending on China to keep our university system afloat? Well, then that's a problem. Secondarily, if universities can't survive without Chinese money, then they don't get to survive anymore. With all due respect to the president, I don't think he wants to say the quiet part out loud. And that is, I agree with 0108, which is the reason I read it before I played the clip. I believe that Donald Trump is attempting to use this as a negotiation tactic because they know how much China values getting their Chinese nationals into our university system. But they value that not for us. They don't give a crap about us. They use us with short-term money to get long-term gain. One, to learn our system, and two, to educate their people who remain loyal to China. China is our number one geopolitical foe. It's not even close. We need to stop mollycoddling China. I understand that we have to continue to trade with them, obviously, as a trading partner, but I agree with the idea of trying to do our best to eliminate the necessity to trade with them, because at some point, it will turn hostile. Not militaristically, necessarily, but it will be hostile. More.
I want to be able to get along with the world.
They're not the French. They're the Chinese. They spy on us. They steal our intellectual property.
What, do you think the French are better?
Yeah.
I mean, really? I don't know. I'll tell you.
Point number two, and I'm going to agree with Laura Ingraham again. As bad as the French are, they're better than the Chinese. The Chinese steal our intellectual property. They steal by spying our military intelligence. They take what is not theirs and they use it toward their own gain. And they aren't our buddies.
I'm not so sure. We've had a lot of problems with the French where we get taxed very unfairly on our technology, where, they put 25% taxes on American products. Look, assuming everyone treats us badly, because that's the way I am, but we take in trillions of dollars from students. The students pay more than double when they come in from most foreign countries. I want to see our school system thrive, but at the same time, I know you and I disagree. We're never going to agree on it, but that's okay. And it's not that I want them, but I view it as a business. We have millions and millions of people. Also, I want to get along with countries if possible. People are shocked. Remember, Hillary Clinton said, we'll be in a war. I stopped 8 wars in the last 9 months. I don't want to be in wars. If I am in a war, we're going to win the thing fast, and it'll be violent. But you know what? I don't want to be in wars. But one thing, you don't want to cut half of the people, half of the students from all over the world that are coming into our country, destroy our entire university and college system. I don't want to do that.
I wouldn't lose any.
And don't forget, MAGA was my idea. MAGA was nobody else's idea. I know what MAGA wants better than anybody else.
Yeah, well, I think the MAGA movement is, obviously, he's the man. But don't tell me, well, I know MAGA more. I mean, most people who follow the president of the United States have no interest in importing 600,000 Chinese nationals who will not have any allegiance to the United States of America into our country. As a matter of fact, I've long called for a complete moratorium on importing anybody else into this country until we get our damn immigration system in order. And we've not done that yet. We've shut the southern border down, But we're well on our way to eliminate those that ought not to be in our country, getting them into custody and getting them back to their countries of origin. But we've got a long way to go. And Nolene is correct. When you play with snakes, you're going to get bit. And the Chinese, they're snakes. We need less Chinese ownership of land in America, less Chinese influences on our colleges and universities. They have these Chinese think tank laboratories all over our colleges and universities. They need to get out. And I'm sorry, if you can't get educated anywhere else in the world, then you don't need to be educated here. That's just the way that I feel about it. And love my man Donald Trump, but he's using this as a trade negotiation, and those two things are just separate. Don is next up on healthcare. Hey, Don.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm well, Don. I hope you are.
I'm not doing too bad. Sorry about being on speaker, but I'm driving, so it's the law. Can't help it. Man, I've been sitting here listening to everything you've been saying while I was on hold, and you've been dead on, and I'm amazed that I agree with Laura Ingraham, but she was with those points as well. What I was holding on for, though, was when you guys were talking about our healthcare system. And I don't know if it's kind of too late to make another comment on that, but I recently had to go to the ER because I got thrown by a horse. I wasn't on the horse. I was holding on to the horse, but it jerked me off my feet through the air, and I landed on my shoulder, messed it up. When I went in there, they told me that, and I was just in triage, they said, oh, you're not even going to get an MRI here. We're just going to check you out, make sure that nothing else is wrong, you don't have any broken bones, and then you'll have to follow up for the MRI and with ortho and all that stuff at a later date. And I said, well, I don't want to be seen then. You know, I can just go to an ortho guy on my own.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, that's too late. You're already here. You're already being seen. I said, no. You haven't even completed triage yet. Anyway, make a long story short, they pretty much told me I wasn't going to win, that I may as well stay and get an X-ray and maybe a shot of Toradol or something, you know. And so I did that. And I'm going to tell you what, I don't know how they justify it, but this is further evidence to me that they have screwed our healthcare system up so bad. And I was a paramedic in Detroit. I know that a lot of people use the emergency room as their family physician. Got the magic, you know, state card that takes you everywhere.
Sure.
You know.
Yeah.
So, but Matt, I went in. I had an X-ray. I had of my neck. I had a CAT scan on my shoulder. They gave me a shot of Toradol and a sling. That was it. I never got into a room. I sat in the hallway. Never had, you know, any further workup or anything like that.
Can I guess?
Sure.
You let me guess?
Yeah, absolutely.
$5,000.
Jackson, you want to guess?
Jackson, you hear what he got? Run it down one more time, Don. What did you receive?
I got an X-ray and a CAT scan, a shot of Toradol,
okay,
and a little sling to put my arm in.
All right, I guessed $5,000, and he laughed at me, Jackson.
$15,000.
Pretty much in the middle between you two. $9,555.
Gracious.
On top of that, I have to pay them $125 copay for my insurance copay, and that is supposed to cover all tests and everything they do while I'm in there, but yet they're billing me separate for that stupid little that sling. Another $29 that another company's billing me for the sling.
Don, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, it should. I should be shocked. My jaw should be on the floor. It isn't. It does not surprise me. Thank you for your call. Jackson, Should it bother me that I don't know what my shoulder replacement surgery costs?
I thought you told me last week what it cost.
I told you what it cost me, right?
Oh.
So I don't know how I got away with this. I mean, I guess we have pretty good insurance here at the station. I mean, I know that I had to cover the cope, so I had to cover the deductible, and, you know, some of that was covered in pre-op stuff. So I haven't included the pre-op stuff, but I guess I should. I had a CAT scan that was done on my shoulder. I had an MRI, I guess, that was done on my shoulder. I paid for those. That was about $1,000 out of my pocket. So all in, out of my pocket, I'm at like $5,500.
It's not bad.
I don't think it's bad. I had a total shoulder replacement. I've got titanium. I got the Temu Chinese shoulder in my shoulder. I mean, the Chinese are listening to me right now. I'm pretty sure they're about to reprogram me, so I agree with the 600,000 Chinese nationals coming into the country and going to our universities. But whatever.
Kurt, what you're saying is you're fine with us importing 600,000 Chinese shoulders.
Well, of course. Why wouldn't I be?
But not students.
But not students. There's something wrong with our healthcare industry that I don't know what it cost me. It cost me personally $5,500. That's out of pocket. It's wrong that I don't know what it costs. And I don't. What would you guess?
12.
Oh, I think it's much more than that. I would guess 40.
Oh my God. No way. It can't be that high.
Well, maybe. I mean,
I think max 20.
Surgery, 2 surgeons, anesthesiologists, nurses, surgical center, follow-up, and
final guess.
And physical therapy?
Final guess. 25.
I'm still saying 40.
25.
All right. Well, I mean, one way or the other.
Maybe PT is if I could see it with PT.
But the fact is, we don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. There's nothing else in our lives that we engage in a financial way that we don't know what the cost is. If you go to buy a car, you want to know what the car is going to cost you. When you go into a healthcare environment, you don't care what it costs you. You just want to know what your copay is, and they want to know what your copay is. Well, that's not the cost. And you wonder why health insurance rates are through the roof. You wonder why health insurance through the roof. You wonder why we have a broken system. This is why. 615-737-9986. Before I forget about it, well, I'll tell you what, we'll have time on the other side, right? A special message to our veterans coming up in just a moment on The Murphy Show. Men of valor. My apologies for those who were trying to get in and unable to do so. We lock them down with only a minute or two left because we feel like it would do a disservice to you to get on board, and then we don't have enough time for you. But you call us back tomorrow. I absolutely love it. It's my favorite thing that we do, interacting with you on the telephone lines, interacting with you on the super text line. I appreciate you interacting with us as well. We're one big happy family. And, you know, like one big happy family, we don't agree all the time. And I might annoy you on occasion. But that's, you know, that's a good thing. That's part of it. That's what free speech is all about. We would not have free speech without those that protect it. And I want to thank a special thank you before I thank the veterans. Jackson was calling me Kurt because I was Kurt with him earlier. Okay, so some were very confused why you were calling me Kurt. And I tried to clean that up. Right, Jackson?
Yes. You were rude, ugly.
I was not rude. Just
ugly.
Direct, straightforward. Freedom of speech is what we do on a day-to-day basis, and we would not have it without our veterans. God bless each and every one of you. I am honored to know you. I am honored to speak with you. I am honored to be able to commune with you and have conversation with you on a day-to-day basis. Whether we agree or disagree, it does not matter. For those that served our United States of America, we treasure you and we say thank you to each of you. And I appreciate you so, so much. Happy Veterans Day. Hug a veteran if you see one. Thank a veteran if you can. And we'll be back tomorrow for a Wednesday edition. For Jackson Williams, for Ken Weaver back in News Closet B, Matt Murphy, Mark Levin up next on Super Talk. Until next time, tomorrow at 3, have a wonderful evening. Hug your loved ones. So long, everybody.